Oprah Hurts. Starting quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. Oprah Hurts. I have a scheduling conflict. I have to go see Oprah. Yeah, and the prince's old lady. They're all going to sit around and have a nice show at Oprah's. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. What a worm. Holy cow. I have a scheduling conflict, and I'm not going to show up to the White House with the rest of my football team to celebrate a world championship. He took a great weekend from the Eagles and turned it into I am me. Listen here, man. Let me tell you about going to the White House. I've been. Okay? It's a great honor for your team. You're not honoring Trump. I don't give a shit about that. Whether you like him or not, whether you like Joe Biden, I wouldn't care. 87, my Hurricane team won the national title. Had a chance to go. I had already been drafted into the NFL, but they brought me, and I went up, and I went, and it was a great event. It's a great event. Having your team honored. It's a great event. Super event. And the fact that Clint was in the White House at the time, Jimmy went to school with him. Jalen Oprah. Jalen Winfrey. It's his new name. Saquon Barkley is the leader of that football team, and Saquon Barkley played golf with Barack Obama and was with the president. People forget Iran Barkley's his freaking uncle. Trump knew Iran Barkley when he was fighting at his casinos when he was 5 years old. That's the relationship. It's out of respect for his uncle. People are giving him shit for it. Bro, I love this response. He's a total leader of that team. There's no doubt when you added him to the team, you won the Super Bowl. He's the heart and soul of your team. It ain't Oprah. Oprah Hurts. New name. Oprah Hurts. Really a really good weekend for the Eagles. We're going to get into it here, but I want to get this off my chest. This guy here doesn't represent the Eagles. This guy doesn't represent Philadelphia. He represents Clutch Sports and Oprah Hurts. That's who he is. I have no respect for him. Okay? Dude, again, I'm not here defending Trump at all. I'm here talking about celebrating a world championship with your teammates. That's what this is. Nothing more. I'm not making a political statement. Jalen Hurts made it about Donald Trump. He did. I, Brian Pumper, here now renounce my fandom of Jalen Alexander Hurts. Tanner McKee is quarterback for me. I'm appalled. By the way, we got some more supers here. Supers go to the top. And also, please hit the like button. Some will be mad at Jalen and praise Saquon. Some will be mad at Saquon and praise Jalen. Ultimately, who cares? Go Birds. That's right. Who cares? That's exactly correct. Put that back up, Xander, for a second. That's right. Who cares? Jalen does. Hurts does. You're right. Nobody would have cared. Hurts does. Go ahead. Let's go to the next one. At the end, don't lie to fans and stand on business. Hey, that's another point. Great take here, Flexin. Hey, if you hate Trump, why don't you just say it instead of some weasel way? I got a scheduling conflict. What a worm. Hey, I hate Trump. Okay. Half the country will respect that. Instead, I got a business conflict. Like what? Your nails? Another super. Let's go to all the supers. We're going to get to the draft. I promise. Something that has more context to it. I promise. Something that means something. Hi, Leonardo Brian Banks Jr. Also renounced my Jalen Hurts fandom. McKee is, holy shit. Look at Leon. Hillary Hurts. This is hilarious. Hillary Hurts. Oh, that's more appropriate. Hillary Hurts. Sills, Jalen Snowflake Hurts. Dude, why don't you do this? I love Hillary Hurts. Just do this. My aunt and my wife say this every day. I can't stand Trump. At least they got him. My aunt and my uncle and my wife have more balls than Hillary Hunt or Hillary Hurts. Seriously, if you don't like him, say it. I got a business conflict. What a worm. What a wormy way to get out of it. Hillary Hurts, the new starting quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't want to go to the White House because I got a scheduling conflict. Dude, my aunt screams at me over Trump. Just say it. I don't like the guy. You had a business conflict. Jalen Hurts made it about Trump. No one else did. No one else did. Okay? Hey, get this. This just in. When Jeffrey Lurie, hey, all Republican Philadelphia voters that live in that city, when Jeffrey Lurie comes to you and asks for retrofitting money and bonds to retrofit Lincoln Financial so he can build a dome, remind him on Election Day. Remind him of that. That his MVP hates half the fan base. Remind him of that. Hey, remind him. Hey, when you need a dome, Jeffrey, and you piss on half of your fan base who's Republican, Pennsylvania, if I checked last, went to Trump, and it's kind of like split down the middle. So when you need to have your stadium retrofitted and you want to have improvements on Lincoln Financial and you need bonds to do that, they'll remind you on Election Day of that. Jalen Kaepernick. Man. What a loser. Hillary Hurts. Just say you hate the guy. You know, I'd have more respect for people doing that. You see Damian Woody talking about Shadur Sanders? You see that? He goes, hey, man, the NFL's in the business of winning. That was the captain of the New England Patriots, two-time Super Bowl champion. He let you know what they felt about that whole Sanders thing. As I said about the 90th draft, it would have a lot of drama, and it did. Going to get to the Eagle picks here in a minute. Okay? Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh round. You know what it's about? Guys too short. Guys not big enough. Maybe not fast enough. But they're good players. Josh Allen will never meet the president either. He don't have to. He's the highest paid quarterback in the league. How you doing? Y'all love to divide people. Jeez, who cares? I didn't divide people. Hurts did. Me? Get this. Look at Prince. Prince is talking about me dividing when the MVP of the Eagles divided the entire city of Philadelphia. How's that on me, Prince? Hey, Prince, how's that on me? I didn't divide anybody. I agree. Who cares? Hurts does. He thought he'd divide the city of Philly. Did he not? I didn't divide him. He did. I also renounced my Jalen Hurts fandom. Jalen making this about himself. Just suck it up, bro. Sounds weak saying scheduling conflict. Really, I hate the guy. Okay. All right. I hate the guy. Okay. Just say it. Come up with what is he? What is he running for? Mayor of Philly? Just say it. You know why you can't get this? Hurts doesn't want to tell the truth why he's not going to the White House, but he doesn't go anyway. And then he tells you, hey, this is about scheduling, nothing to do with the president. He made it about Trump. No one in this room cares about Trump. No, really, no one, except Jalen Hurts. Not me. Get this. Here's Prince. Prince goes like this. Y'all, hey, how did I make this about me? I didn't make it about me. Jalen made it about splitting the city in half. Jalen divided the city of Philadelphia today. Hey, let me tweet that out. Jalen Hurts divided the city of Philly today. Jalen Hurts divided while I'm doing my show. City of Philadelphia today. No one really was going to care. I'll put Eagles. I'll put JAKIB. I'll put White House. Who else? All my friends at FOS. How you doing? That's what I'll do. Jalen Hurts divided the city of Philadelphia today. Hey, am I wrong when I say that? Congratulations. You took a shit on your own achievement today over something so petty as Trump. How petty can you be? Hillary Hurts. Leader of that football team is Saquon Barkley, and I've been saying it the whole time. Okay? Sills, sound hurt by Hurts' decision. No. I'm hurt that he can't have conviction in his decision. Aren't you? I fucking hate him. Say it. Have some conviction in your life. You know, it's funny. Maybe this is why I get in too much trouble. Because I have conviction in my comments. Shit, my wife does too. Me and my wife got into a debate over Shadur. She's like, you're not going to tell me how to think. That's the kind of people I love. My aunt the same way. I respect that. I respect that kind of thinking. I miss the Super, Xander. If we could get to some, I missed two, I think, now. We're going to, hey, by the way, way to shit on a great weekend for the Eagles. Jalen Hurts divided the city. Divided it. I mean, it blows up a great Monday. Still, if Jalen came out and said he hated Trump, would there be any backlash on him? Yeah. So why not just stick to your guns and say the truth then? Either way, Des, you're right. But why not at least show conviction in your takes and in your stances and in your political beliefs? You got to stand for something. Yes, Des, he would have got heat for that. But the liberal media, after what we saw this past weekend, would have bent over and kissed his ass. I mean, at least stick to it. Yeah, I do have a principle. You know what that is? People with conviction. Absolutely. Yeah, here we go. You're certified bum or you're certified dumb. Hey, Prince, you have every right to think that. And I think you're a liberal honk. We have a country that is both Democrat and Republican. Not going to have everyone agree. Agreed. Look at Prince's take. Well, fucking say it then. I hate him. Got a scheduling conflict. Prince and I are actually talking the same language. I'm not disagreeing with you. At least, hey, when I talk to my family, many of them hate the guy. No matter what I say. At least they got, and they never bend on it. I respect that. You know what the problem becomes? You don't respect other people who have a different opinion of yours. And that's what aggravates you. And that's what really tipped the tea kettle over this weekend on Shadur Sanders. NFL spoke. They don't believe the kid. You didn't like it. It's almost like when I watched the election last November and the media kept telling me how great Kamala Harris was, and then all of a sudden when America voted by a landslide, you couldn't take it. Same thing here with Shadur. The NFL, whether you liked it or not, said, I don't buy it. And he went in the 5th round. Should he have? Probably not. He probably should have been a 3rd rounder. I said it from day one. He's a 3rd round talent. Okay. By the way, his life's not over. Hurts is allowed to do whatever he wants as an adult. And that's the freedom he's afforded in this country. Doesn't have to tell a reason why either. Okay. No problem. Not a problem at all. You don't have to celebrate your team accomplishment with your teammates. No problem. Says I'm burning my Hurts jersey. I'm still then missing on the ashes. Hey, that's right, Flexen. The truth will set you free. I hate him. That's all you had to do. Would he have gotten heat? Hey, he's going to get the same heat he's got now for being a bullshit artist. Hurts is a bullshit artist. You know what? He may be a good quarterback, but as a human being, he's a bullshit artist. Respect for Barkley. At least he acknowledged us. And by the way, not only that, what I respect about Barkley looked at the president, whether it was playing golf with Obama a couple months ago or going to the White House because his uncle boxed at Trump's casinos and he's the president of the United States. Saquon Barkley gets it. It's not about Obama or Trump. It's about recognizing a great accomplishment on February 9th. That's all that was. Hurts is, dude, nobody here's making it anything except Jalen. What a fucking idiot. Trump doesn't have casinos. He did in Atlantic City when Barkley fought, you ass bag. Still sorry, but you're full of it on this. Of course I am. You know, if Hurts said he hates Trump, he would have got targeted by the administration that targets everything. So what? Who cares? You're the Super Bowl MVP. So what? He gets targeted. Have some balls about yourself. Get this. Look at this. Yeah, he must have never been to the Taj Mahal. He must be 10. Oh. Jalen Hurts divided the city today. Damn. Pretty amazing. Guy divided the city. Okay, February 9th, he unites it. And April 28th, he divides it. Time Magazine Philadelphian of the Year. All right. By the way, I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. I think it has more to do with his teammates. I don't give a shit about the guy in the White House when you're honoring a football team or baseball team or basketball team. I love Shohei Ohtani showing up. Shohei Ohtani was everything that was great about a team winning a world championship, and then him going into the White House, an immigrant who's working and wants to be a United States citizen, Shohei Ohtani. That's exactly everything that's right about this country. Greatest ball player in baseball today, maybe of all time. There he was at the White House. Awesome. I don't think it mattered who was in the White House with him. I see why we drafted a quarterback. All makes sense. 60 years ago, black people just got rights, but racism doesn't exist no more. Now, a black man doesn't want to see the president, and now Sills is about to cry. Bro, it's not about the president. It's about being with your teammates. I don't give a shit. I said it before. You know what I would have said if I was him and I hated Trump? I'd be like this. I can't stand a guy. I'm not here for him. I'm here with my teammates. Through thick and thin, no matter what it is. You win as a team, you lose as a team, you cry as a team, you cheer as a team. You do things together that you don't like. I wonder how much he didn't like having the ball taken out of his hands and given over to the leader of the football team, Saquon Barkley. I don't care who you voted for. I really do not. That's not what this is about. Tremendous honor going to the White House. It's a tremendous honor. Personally, Jalen Hurts shit on half of Philly, half of Pennsylvania, half the country. Forbid Ohtani gets wrongfully deported. Stupid take. Must watch MSNBC. Well, get this. Here's always a great one for me. Most racist draft in my life. Yeah, the first guy taken overall was the most disrespected first overall pick in NFL history. There was a great story about Cam Ward, but you didn't give a shit about it. Or Jalen Milroe and those guys. 26 of the top 32 players were black that were drafted. All right. I get it. Sure. Man, who cares, Sills? Get out of here with the BS take. You've been on shit for 25 minutes. People didn't go the last time Trump was at the White House. Hey, I'll piss on anybody who didn't go when Biden was in the White House. I think it's stupid. Dude, you're missing it. I'm telling you, I personally do not care who's in. If Joe Biden was in the White House and guys didn't go, that's stupid. That is stupid. Stupid, man. What a terrible, terrible day for Philadelphia. What a terrible day. It will dent his legacy in Philadelphia for the rest of his life as a guy playing ball in Philly. Because half the fan base will not respect him moving forward. Why? I see why Jordan and Tiger didn't put that shit out there. You know why? It's no one's business. Tiger and Michael Jordan never put that shit. You think Michael Jordan likes Donald Trump? Absolutely not. But he sells sneakers. He's a businessman. You don't really believe that, do you? That Michael Jordan is he's not. Jalen Hurts divided your city tonight for no reason. And what was supposed to be a glorious day. Instead, it turns into a political agenda day. When there was no reason, no one cares. Absolutely true. I have no respect for the guy. Let his teammates down. Not uncommon. Hurts is standing up for his teammates. What teammates? His teammates, his African-American community, whose history this administration is trying to erase. 42. Wow. I'm not going political here. I'm talking about team stuff. So I'm not going to go. And I don't want to be. This is not about politics for me. This is about going with your team. All right, let me get away with this. Hillary Hurts. I have no respect for the guy moving forward. I just do not. Your team did something so great on February 9th. Dude, are you under the impression that Saquon Barkley is some sort of Trump hunk? He's not. You think, now get this. You've pitted, Jalen Hurts now has pitted Barkley and Hurts against one another instead of bringing everyone together. Now you know what he's done? He's made Saquon Barkley a pariah with some in Philly because now you guys don't respect him. So you got one guy on the team that looks at it as a great honor. He played golf with Obama and he went and saw Trump and hung out with him because of his respect for his uncle. Jalen doesn't go, so Hurts is now only divided the Jalen Hurts divided the football team today. Did he not? It's the same thing on the other side that happened with Equinox supporting Trump. Politics have no place in bit. I agreed. Dude, how many people in here agreed that Jalen Hurts divided his team today? Put that out there. Put that out there. Jalen Hurts also divided his team today. QB. Jalen Hurts also divided the Eagles today. Am I wrong? What else? JAKIB FOS. Join the show. We are live. There. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. How many people in here believe Jalen Hurts divided the show today, or the city of Philly and his team today? Oh, no. Hey, I don't want you to not support the Eagles. No way. No boycotting. I don't buy that shit. Absolutely not. I'm not like that. Hey, I'm not going to do this or that. That's stupid. I would never get rid of my passion in what I love because of one dude. Okay? You never respected Jalen Hurts. No, I didn't respect Jalen Hurts because I didn't like the style of play. Now I don't like Jalen Hurts, the man. I didn't know him from a can of paint. Nor did I care. Okay? All right? Nothing to do with that. How many people? We're gonna go to the draft. I promise. Because this is making me sick to my stomach. Ask yourself this. Do you believe your quarterback today divided your locker room? He only made you racist mad. What a low-hanging fruit take. You don't know me from a can of paint, bitch. I'm sorry, Sills. It's just like CNN and the other outlets. I didn't feel strongly about that, about what he did. It had nothing to do with my beliefs or what I stand for. You can't be mad at Saquon or Jalen. No. You're missing the point. I'm mad at the guy not standing with his teammates. You're missing that too. I don't care what you think, Prince. You skipped my last super, Muhammad Ali Hurts. I respect Hurts more than ever. Ali-like. Ali-like. Here's the difference between Muhammad Ali and Hillary Hurts. Is this. Muhammad Ali never at any time in his entire wonderful, incredible life used his platform as a boxer. Never in the ring. Never at any moment in his boxing career did he use the ring or other opponents to promote his agenda. He did that on his own outside the ring. Ali never did anything in the ring unless you call praying being Muslim a protest, which I never did. It's religious freedoms. Ali never did anything in the ring to disrespect the sport. Never. And get this on what my friend said, unfortunately. What do you think Muhammad Ali would have said about Donald Trump? I'm not going to the White House because I can't stand that dude. He's an asshole. You think Ali would do what my friend Anthony said? Here's Muhammad Ali, according to Anthony. I can't show up today to the White House because I have a scheduling conflict because I'm speaking at Harvard. It took everything in you not to be a racist. Those things don't bother me anymore. Joseph, doesn't work. Stuff's old. It's not good. I don't care. Okay? You don't scare me anymore, dude. Guys like you, internet warrior, I don't care. As much as Jalen has a right, okay? Still's getting cooked for what? Why can't I have the same belief about supporting your teammates that Jalen Hurts does? I can't? Okay. You just don't like what you're hearing, kid. Stills, I disagree. I get your point about not being with the team. I personally don't care how celebrates and feels politically. They don't want to go, then who cares? Just go like this. I'm not going because I can't stand the guy. I can't stand him. Let me do something here. Spend enough time. Now I'm nauseated. That's right. That's right. All right. 90th draft. How about this? 600,000 people. 600,000 people showed up to Green Bay. They were only expecting like 250,000. Amazing weekend in the smallest sports city in America. Amazing. Going to the White House is an honor for young men and women who died in this country so we could throw a ball and make $250 million. I miss Anthony's. I want to read Anthony's, man. Anthony's a good guy here. He never mentioned an agenda, Sills. Silence is gold. Anthony, I love your takes, brother. Please keep bringing them. You're awesome. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button because we're going to talk football now. I'm done with that. Okay? Okay? And Elizabeth's right on this. She's right. Dude, this is not a support of Trump. This is a support of your team being honored. Whether it's Joe Biden, Barack Obama. Hey, I thought it was wrong that Barack Obama, when he invited the 85 Bears, they didn't go. I thought that was wrong. Thought it was stupid. Missed the point. We seen you bite your tongue 2 minutes ago. So what are you now, a facial recognition expert here? Let me guess. You're also an expert on tariffs, Joseph, or COVID shots. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? What a dick. Give me a break. All right. I'm talking football. I'm out of this. Okay? I'm out of this. How many people believed that hey, by the way, we're going to look at the Eagle draft. 10 draft picks. I liked what they did. Okay, I did. I liked what they did. Oh, by the way, Howard Eskin at 3:30. Angelo Cataldi at 4:30. Xander will join us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Okay? The greatest voices in the history of Philadelphia sports talk will join us today. We'll get their initial comments. And most likely they're going to completely disagree with me. But that's the difference between Jalen Hurts and me. I have an opinion. You have an opinion. They have an opinion. Everyone gets to speak it here. We don't shut you down. We will never shut you down. Whether we like your opinion or not, it'll always be heard here. Always. It's the last place in Philly that you get to talk. Whether I like your comments or not. That's why it's different here. Okay? Look at how the chat's divided. Who did that? You think I did that? Or do you think Jalen Hurts did that? You must think I have some sort of power. I didn't go to the White House. I'm just little old Dan. Who galvanized you to split this conversation in half today? Wasn't me. I didn't even have this on my list. I didn't do this. I respect this man. Sills is not a racist, so guys, please stop with the nonsense. You're making it harder to call out. I love you, Anthony. Man, we need more African strong Americans like you in this country. You know what? You don't agree with. I admire you so much because you can have a conversation with you. Man, I'd love to be in a barber's chair with you. You and me just talking it up and chopping it up with sports and everything. Or sitting there, man, at a cookout. Me and you could just sit there, drink beers. Maybe we'd wrestle by the end of it. You'd probably kick my ass. But hey, man, I'd love that, dog. And I so appreciate you, man. You get it. Okay? You get it, man. It's neither. All right, Prince. I like Prince too, man. Prince is invited too, man. Okay? Hey, man. Dude, I told you this in my life. I don't hate anybody but Nazis. Hey, I mean, I don't hate anybody. Okay? Well, you must know my history, Courtney. One of the reasons why I have been the most villainized sports talk host in American sports talk history is because I don't have fear. Why do you think people are afraid of me? Shit, I barely got the Krauses. That's not true. The Krauses are the only people on my side. I'd make them a little nervous. Okay? My boys, though. Seal's invited to the barbecue. Leon, love you, man. I do. I love anybody that can have a rational conversation. Dude, by the way, Leon, you don't have to be right. I don't have to be right. Seals, calling a black man African-American isn't cool. We're just Americans, like everyone else born here. Never get away with calling a white person born in Africa Akbar. Okay. I'll change that. Yeah. Because I tell you all the time, Akbar, I don't have black friends. I have friends. So you're right. Okay. Look at how this show started today. Jalen Hurts dividing the entire room. What do you think he's done in Philly? You're right. You're right. Okay? You're right. How many people believe that the Philadelphia Eagles had a great weekend? We'll talk about the Shadur Sanders drama that went on. By the way, real quick, I think Mel Kiper and Joe Klatt were one of the most destructive and two of the most destructive people I have ever seen in draft coverage. They took a piss on 250 plus kids who had one of the greatest moments in their entire life, and they made it about them, and they hijacked the entire moment for many of those kids because of the coverage of Shadur Sanders. The moments that kids had and waited their entire lives with tremendous stories on how they got there was all polluted by Joel Klatt and by Mel Kiper. They were so obnoxious. They destroyed, like I said, I text Cam Ward. I said, dude, I've never seen a first overall pick so disrespected in my life than by two networks. Rich Eisen, seriously, you're talking about a guy who's I have no respect for anymore. And also Mel Kiper. I mean, there were so many guys that were trying to tell, hey, Mel, the NFL and the NFL draft spoke. I mean, they didn't believe it. Okay, kid, go prove it. They didn't get this. What's more disrespectful? How they treated Shadur Sanders or how they treated Tom Brady? By drafting him in the 6th round. They didn't believe him. Steels, how many people canceled the 2026 tickets today? None. Dude, Jalen Hurts is not going to stop the Philadelphia Eagle fans from loving the team. Jalen Hurts has stopped Philadelphia Eagle fans from supporting him. Okay? How does an asshole like Sills have friends, but I don't? That's because you have no conviction in your life. My friends like me, like Jason. Jason Cole does not believe in anything politically that I believe in, and nor does Michael Irvin. But Michael Irvin has been my brother for 40 years. Why? You know why? We stand for something. How about you, kid? Bullshit narrative against Jalen? I'm not the one dividing the city and the fan base. You're missing it, dude. This ain't about me. I'm just saying about me. Look at this. I can't even get the football because of how this guy's divided your city and your team and the country. It's funny how Shadur got drafted to the place Deion said he wouldn't go. I saw that. Okay? Michael Irvin was never my brother. You should go back and watch the interview he did last Friday because he says it, unless you missed it. Why don't you remind him? Jacob's got it there for you, son. Everything is not about race. They humbled Sanders. Go prove, dude, isn't the greatest thing now to go prove them wrong? I have conviction, sir. I just stay out of the way. Okay. I watch, but this almost an hour. Because your quarterback just did this now. I'm not the one dividing your city and your team. Your quarterback is. Not me. This wasn't my topic. Supers, go to the top. Please hit the like button. Only racist hear Jalen divided the team and immediately think color. I'm not thinking color. My conversations right now have nothing to do with Jalen Hurts being black. It has everything to do with him not being at the White House. You don't have to be black or white to hate Trump. My wife and my aunt can't stand the guy. That has nothing to do with race. You made that race. Nobody's talking. Dude, liking Trump has nothing to do with black and white. It has everything to do with whether you think he's right or wrong. Where in the world did you get race out of that? I mean, that is so over the top. Again, that's like saying not drafting Shadur Sanders in the first round was about race. It was about his ability. 2 other black quarterbacks went ahead of him. Got it. Got it, brother. I got it. Okay. Let's go to the 2025 Eagle Draft. 26. 10 picks. How do you think they did? As a Trump supporter and Hurts fan, I honestly could care less about the Hurts political views. As for splitting the fans, anyone who based their decisions on another human being is a special kind of crazy. Big Marshall, are you suggesting people don't do that? Half the country does that. Half the country does that. They've never met Trump. They've never run into Trump. They've never shook in his hand. I have. And how would you know? You never met the guy. I'm a biracial female and I love Big Sills. I don't always like him, but I love him. I know he doesn't need my defense, but I'm defending him anyway. Awesome. Thank you. You know why you defend me? Because I like having conversations like this. Hey, man, talking draft, talking life, being together, that's what made my Hurricane teams the greatest teams of all time. You know why? We had guys like Michael Irvin believing in Louis Farrakhan. We had another guy who followed the Pope. We had another guy who was a Baptist. We had another guy who believed. We had another guy who was an atheist. We all sat in the same locker room together, loving each other, no matter what your political or religious views were. And that's what makes a team. I don't want the teammates robots and everyone having the same ideology. I like people with diversity. That's called true diversity. Sills, my biggest concern is now the cornerback position. I love the safety pick and the day 3 picks and Campbell pick. Love that too. Xander, I think I missed 2 supers, man. By the way, supers go to the top. Please hit the like button. Sills, this is my brother. See the resemblance? Yeah, I do. Hey, you must be from Sicily, brother. Sills, you good, brother. Let these idiots be idiots. Hey, man, I know I got you, man. Thank you, Rodney. You're good too, man. Bunch of people here. Hey, guys, I didn't divide the city today. I didn't divide my locker room today. Jalen Hurts did that. And no one else did. You want to put that on me? I don't know where you came up with that. There's nothing to do with me. All right. Oh. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. This is great. Oh, my God. This was, hey, I thought the Super Bowl was February 9th. By the way, all people from Canada will not be recognized. This is an American conversation. Nobody goes and sees the Chancellor of Canada or whatever the guy. What do you have up there? What is that thing? What do you guys go and do up there? Supposedly, I heard like the dish that you guys serve is cold dick. Is that true? Wait, or spotted dick, I think it's called. Oh, wait, that's England. Oh, wait, you got, I don't know. I forget. It's a conversation for Americans. You're not allowed. Okay. Yeah. Hey, the only hey, you serve like from what is it? You eat carp up there, don't you? All right. Anyway, how many people like the Philadelphia Eagle draft? We're going to take a look at each and every single one of them here. Let's go down the list here. Jahad Campbell. We'll give you our overall takeaway on who he is. Canada doesn't even have bacon. Canada. Whatever. Andrew Makuba. Your safety, undersized, Texas Longhorns. Look at these programs. Alabama, Texas, Nebraska, UCF, Georgia, Boston College, Syracuse, Michigan, Texas again, and Virginia Tech. Not straying too far away from the best programs in the country, are you? Okay? I'll give you my takeaways. Ty Robinson, defensive tackle, 4th round. That was Denver move with Denver. Mac Williams, corner, 5th round. A lot of good players fell. This was a draft of good players falling in the draft. Hey, good to see Howie Roseman listens to my my show. Here was one of my dark horse players, Samil Mandan Jr., the linebacker from Georgia. I think he's a really good football player. Personally, I think he's better than Trotter Jr. Drew Kendall, center, Boston College. A surprise pick, Kyle McCord, quarterback. Hey, by the way, remember me asking Xander and everybody, hey, do you think they'll draft a quarterback? As on cue. I think you should draft a quarterback in every draft. Well, Howie believes what Big Cells believes. They drafted him. Miles Hinton. By the way, for the record, tomorrow, I want somebody to do me a favor and tell folks who Chris Hinton is. Chris Hinton has more Pro Bowls than Lane Kiffin. Georgia linebacker is Smile. Okay. Thank you, Deep Fried. Tell folks who he was involved in the John Elway trade. He was initially drafted by the Denver Broncos. They traded him to the Colts. And Elway was traded to Denver. And he was a 7-time Pro Bowler. That's more Pro Bowls, like I said, than Lane Kiffin or Lane Johnson. This guy was and he was a 3rd overall pick in the draft. He was a good football player. He's on tomorrow because his son was drafted out of Michigan, 6th pick, 191, offensive tackle. We shall see if he turns out to be somebody. But, yeah. So we're going to get Chris Hinton on tomorrow. We'll talk about his son being a Philadelphia Eagle tomorrow. That'll be at 5:30 Eastern time. Cameron Williams, OT, Texas. Of course, these guys are all high recruits. Antoine Powell-Ryland, edge rusher out of Virginia Tech. That kid's pretty good. That's a good-looking football player there. So my takeaways on the draft, and then we're going to go into each and every single player, and I'll give you my spin, and we're going to use the Bledsoe report a little bit to give you more of an insight on who these guys are. My overall take here on a Monday, nobody has a bad draft. Stop it. How in the world would you know if these kids are good or not? How would you know this? I don't know. I have no idea. Now, I will give you a grade on need and if you did the right thing. Okay? That is where I will go. Nobody has a bad draft on a Monday. These guys are just getting their equipment today. How do you know? But I will say this. Campbell, I'm going to use him on the edge. Makuba, I would use him, and maybe he ends up starting. What does Vic Fangio say all the time? Games played in space today. I like this Ty Robinson kid. I think he's going to push Moro Jomo for the starting job. Mac McWilliams, can he beat out Adoree Jackson? He's clearly going to beat out Keely Ringo. Mondon, the surprise pick that I wanted, dark horse pick. I think he's a heck of a player. I think he's just got washed up in all the great players that are on that football team. I do. Drew Kendall, they need a center. They don't want to keep moving over Landon Dickerson. Kyle McCord, I don't think there's ever a bad move when you're drafting a quarterback late. Miles Hinton, Williams kid, and the Ryland kid. They went offensive tackle and edge where they had a need. You're right. The tight end position was not addressed. You know why? Why do you think the tight end position was not addressed over the 3 days? You know why? Because it's what Roseman said. And we're going to do that before we get to who these men are that are now members of the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay? I mean, I think this draft, in my opinion, it was all about who the best player was in front of them. And they did Howie Roseman did the right thing. There wasn't a tight end. They may have thought about it, moving up, but that's not where they were going. They didn't want to they didn't think this draft was good enough to move up. How many times did they move up in the draft? Once? So let me get to what Howie and Nick said. I thought it was important before we get to who the players are. And then we'll give you our total assessment of where they fit in. And most notably on defense. Because the offense is pretty much intact. You don't really have a lot of turnover there. I was surprised there was no wide receiver that was drafted. Guys, do me a favor. Give me a total on the likes. And please hit that like button. Don't forget, Angelo Cataldi is going to join us. That will be, or he'll be at 4:30. And Howard Eskin's going to join us. That'll be at the bottom of the hour at 3:30. Okay? Oh, and by the way, they traded and moved into the 26th draft, if I'm not mistaken, with another 5th rounder. So they got like 12 picks next year. So 2026 is going to be an enormous draft for them. I doubt they use all them, but obviously they're looking for the future here. Here's Howie and Nick. Spoke over the weekend. My takeaways on this. They wanted to get younger on defense, and boy, have they ever. They got younger on defense. I love this, actually. They got younger, and they got cheaper. I'll take that back because I don't want it to be misunderstood that because you got cheaper, I think you got lesser a talent on that side of the ball. That's not what I'm saying. You're financially responsible for the offensive side because the money you're spending, that's a smart move. Load up on good, talented kids. Give them a shot to start. See what you have. I like it. I think it's smart business. We stuck here. Here's the most important thing you need to know about your weekend and your 3 days. We stuck with the board, folks. What does sticking with the board mean? Here's what the Eagles did. Good players in front of me. Who's available? It's like, remember what I told you? It's like picking dodgeball or like a pickup basketball team, you know, or a softball team you want to play with your buddies. I'll take Bob. He's really a great home run hitter. I'm going to take him. That's exactly what this is. When you're picking that low in the draft, your options are limited. Unless you want to dive up the board and do something dumb, that's where teams get in trouble. The Eagles were what in this draft? They were patient and they were disciplined. They were very disciplined in this draft. Saw a kid, they took him. Didn't matter what position it was. That's smart drafting. That's getting the draft. That's getting it and understanding it. We stuck with the board. They so did. Every pick they made was the best player on the board for them. Their evaluations at every single pick, how can it be a bad pick? Now, the kid may not pan out. That's okay. But the philosophy and how they got to that pick, that's a great day. When you have that kind of thinking, there's no bad pick. Does the player always pan out? Nope. You did your homework. You looked at the board. The board said him. Grab him. Okay. They did not overthink this. We didn't see a tight end on the board when we were picking that we liked. Holy shit. You can't get any more transparent than that. We didn't see anybody. Did we think of moving up? Yeah, a couple times. Boy, there is no doubt when they talk about Dallas Goedert, okay, the Eagles, this is Dallas Goedert. Dallas Goedert does not want to be an Eagle under the current circumstances because how he stopped, I don't know how many times saying this, we love Dallas Goedert. And am I wrong when I mention these words and this phrasing? We love Dallas Goedert. He's a great size tight end, but we're not there. Goddard wants the number. Dallas Goedert's on a number and his agent are on a number. They're not there. He's telling you the business doesn't fit with what we're looking for. Okay? Plain and simple. It just doesn't fit. And you know what, even more so, if you're, you know, they made it so for Dallas Goedert. They made it so they told him we like you by not drafting. a tight end. They told him that in that draft. Do you know how many times people are in a draft and they get drafted at your position, and that automatically puts in the back of your mind, they must not like me. For the Eagles not to draft a tight end, they're telling Dallas, we like you a lot, but not at that number. You're not $15 million, dog. Boy, I bet you anything they want to get him down to 8. And that's not flying. That's just not flying. Giants had a good draft. Got to give them, if their picks live up to their potential, they could be a threat in 2 years from now. Got to get a quarterback, dude. And Jackson Dart, let's see it. I thought he was good at Ole Miss. Okay, I really did. I thought he was a good ball player. By the way, Leon, I thought Jackson Dart was a better player than Shadur Sanders because you know why? This guy accounted for 30% of the rushing attack at Ole Miss, and he threw for $4,000. I mean, he kind of resembles what they do up in Buffalo with Josh Allen. They were looking for a particular skill set. And that's why the Giants went back in the draft and got him. Okay, I mean, Kyle McCord, get this. Quick release process as well. They saw the kid there and went, he's the best player on the board, and they drafted him. It's a really great pick. They wanted to create competition on the defensive side of the ball with all these players. Remember what I told you? You went out and drafted players for competition, and you signed players for competition for the guys you have on your current roster now. Make your team better. They stood true to the board. They kept reiterating that. Ty Robinson, everything we like about him. Here's what Ty Robinson brings to you. We'll talk more about the players and we'll look at who these men are that have joined the Eagles. But Ty Robinson's cheaper. And let me tell you something. If Ty Robinson shows up and Ty Robinson shows you he can give you the same stuff that Jordan Davis can, Jordan Davis will never see a contract extension. They didn't even want to address when someone asked the question. Okay? They didn't want to address his fifth-year option yet. They didn't even want to go down that route. I was like, wow, okay. Oh, and one thing about, let me back up, Leon, on the Jackson Dart thing and the ESPN coverage. So those guys bitched and cried for 4 fucking hours of the first and second round about Shadur dropping in the draft. And when Adam Schefter, I think it was, and Schrager got the general manager of the Giants on, Joe Schoen, not one of those fools asked the most important question of your entire coverage. Why did you choose Jackson Dart over Shadur Sanders? Nobody asked the question. It was an ass-kissing moment. Do your job. What made you take him over Shadur? No one asked the question. How can you not ask that question? You just got the guy who traded back into the draft. You've been bitching for hours, and you never asked the question. How come you took Dart over Sanders? Nobody asked it. Every time they got a GM on and drafted a quarterback, they never asked, but yet they complained. I mean, do your job. That's why the coverage was pathetic. I mean, if you're going to complain about something, when you get somebody that's a decision maker on, why in the world would, hey, you know what Howie did? Howie was asked that question about Sanders because there was talk about the Eagles drafting him. I don't know if it's true or not, but you know what Howie said? you know what? I'm going to stick to the guys we got in the building, and I'm going to stay away from that. I don't really care about it. He didn't want to address it. Smart. How he went, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I have no interest in that conversation. He basically told you that. And we're gonna isolate on the people we drafted, and we're gonna focus on our guys. I mean, okay. Sirianni kind of guy. Thought that was funny. You really think that Howie Roseman drafts Nick Sirianni kind of guys? They've been drafting tough guys and good football players in Philadelphia for 26 years. Nick Sirianni didn't add anything to that, dog. A Sirianni guy. Boy, was that another ESP ass-kissing question. Holy shit. I'm sure that Sirianni kind of guy. Who's that? Wait, emotional intelligence. Here, this is Howie talking. This is really true. This is who you guys are. We're a tough team because we draft tough people and sign tough people. Yeah, that's really true. You guys signed, dude, bigger people, tougher people beat weaker people up every day in life and on the football field. Every day. Every day. No, and there's no coincidence to that in Philly. Don't forget, Howard Eskin, bottom of the hour. Angelo Cataldi at 4:30. Sills, do you consider Davis to be tough? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Dude, when you're sixth in the draft, or excuse me, when you're sixth in run defense, yes, I do. Yeah. You can't be the number one overall ranked defense. Okay? And not be tough. I mean, I think he's tough. They didn't want to address the Jordan Davis. Special talent to play in the NFL. It's true. You got to be a gifted person to play in the league. And they know this. It's hard to play. They do look at bloodlines a little bit. I think it is easier. If a kid's raised in a sports family and he knows the ins and outs, I do think that there's an advantage to that. I absolutely do think that. Okay. Howie did not draft anybody. By the way, I'll give you. We're gonna go into the players here in a second here, and we're not gonna do Campbell, Jihad Campbell, because we did him last week. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down the list in order, and we're gonna tell you who these players and what they are bringing to the table. And who they are. I like the pick, the kid from Nebraska. I think the kid from Nebraska has a ton of upside. I think the kid has an opportunity to really come in and absolutely be a good football player. So let's go here. Let me do Ty Robinson first. By the way, all supers go to the top. Please hit the like button. Let's take a look at your new Philadelphia Eagle, Ty Robinson. Here's who he is. Can play in a 43 or 34, 82 wingspan. 3-year starter. 13 all Big Ten in 24. Has size and height with a thick frame and strong upper body. Has played all along the fronts. What is the most important word that you love when you hear a Philadelphia Eagle prospect? Every single one of these guys, you are going to hear the words versatility. Okay? Combines an explosive get-off with extremely quick hands, super in shooting into a blocker's frame. I don't know this. I haven't read this about it. This is what the Eagles scouting report was. So this is going to give you a small little insight on what you've drafted. And is it a good quality pick on where you took him? Okay? You grab this guy in the 4th. You know what he was projected to do? In the middle of the 3rd and in the top of the 4th round. So you got another quality picks. Can get extension to lock out a blocker and flashes a club move to get free. Generally holds the point of attack against double teams. I think that's one of the things that Jordan Davis struggles with. Plays with a high motor. Hustles to the whistle. Can make plays changing along the front and gets off blocks exceptionally well. Has shown hand swipes, club moves, arm over, quick hands. If he doesn't get there on the rush, he uses his hands, and he's an effort guy. Effective in run stunts. Lacks ideal length, and it shows and tends to play high. Again, that's a young man's deal. Projects as a rotational interior defender with some possible position versatility, which will make any NFL team very excited. Jalen hasn't divided anything. You enticed that shit. No, I didn't. I didn't skip the White House visit. Wasn't me. What do you think? I just made a topic up? I didn't divide anybody. You divided Saquon Barkley because Barkley was with the president and he was with Obama. Wasn't my call. You just don't want to hear it. Hey, that's a you thing to figure out, kid. All right, let's go here. Let's go to DBs. I heard Xander what he was talking about when Xander was talking that the kid may be a little bit undersized. And he is, but in today's NFL, is he really? You think this kid is undersized? Here's what they'll say about it. And listen, I get it. He's not the biggest guy, especially playing safety. Okay? You know, especially playing the safety position. We did Campbell already. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go to my dark horse kid. And we'll take a look at him. Here he is. Mondon. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Tad Robertson gives me vibes similar to Ron Artest. Nasty attitude. I actually like Ron Artest. I don't have a problem with Ron Artest. Still says Vic wins Super Bowls in 22, comparing to Gannon. Does he win Super Bowl in 22, comparing to Gannon? Probably. They would have stopped the Chiefs in that Super Bowl with Vic. Yes, you win the Super Bowl if Vic is your DC. Yes. So let's go down here. 5th round pick, 161. Let's go here. Let's go here for 161 here. Okay. 3-year starter, second team All-SEC in 23, started his career as a safety and special teams player. All you need to know. This is why Vic loves him. Vic loves him because he's a special teams guy. What did he tell you? Most special teams guys turn out to be great linebackers, right? Seals, Antonio Winfield is 5'9" and barely 200 pounds. I don't see what the big deal is. Nor do I. Plus, he played at Texas. So I don't either. Moved to linebacker in 22 and became an immediate starter. His height and decent length with a slender frame, plays off the ball over the front, including reps. I love this, man. I love this kid. I just think he happened to play on a really great football team with a bunch of really great players. Attacks blocks, has great pad level, quick hands, gets constant ball, gets to the ball inside, leverage is absolutely spectacular. Wow. Can work through blocks and move and has excellent chasing speed abilities, sideline to sideline, leverages cutbacks, and is without a doubt one of the best linebackers in the draft. Only hindrance is height and weight. I mean, he's 6 feet. He's 224. I don't have a problem with that. I think this kid's going to be your swing. This kid will beat out Trotter. Let me see what his 40 was. He ran a 4.5. Trotter's a 4.8. I ran a 4.8. Okay? This kid's going to beat Trotter out. I guarantee it. He beats Trotter out. And you're going to have him as your swing guy. Trotter will create depth, but he's going to be better, in my opinion. Okay? He'll be better. It's a great read here, man, if you read about him and how the Eagles saw him when it came to their evaluations of him. They had him highly ranked. Defensive backs. Okay, let's get to the kid. Let's get to the corner that you guys, or the safety you guys drafted. I like finding out who these guys are because some of these guys, especially in the latter rounds, I had no idea who some of these guys were that you took. I love the fact that I look at the programs that you guys, here's the safeties. Here it is. Here's your guy. I can't wait to read about him. Your second round pick from the University of Texas. Makuba? Okay. Here's who he is. 4-year starter. Transfer from Clemson. 2-time All-SEC honorable mention. 13 selection and freshman All-American in 21. Possesses decent height and notable length with a slender frame. Versatility to make an impact both from depth and from nickel. These routes concepts develops quickly and plays with extraordinary leverage to take away multiple routes. And at once, his routes recognition is flawless and elite. He recognizes what they're doing to him immediately. He processes. It's a great read so far. Plays with an extraordinary leverage to take away multiple routes at once. His route recognition and zone awareness sets him apart. Excellent job reading the quarterback from depth and the underneath with a burst to accelerate to close on receivers in a hurry. Takes away underneath routes in a zone. What's that tell you right there? Takes away underneath passes in the one area of the weakness of the team in a 2-eye safety zone is underneath. Get this, folks. Where do you guys think you're vulnerable? What's the vulnerability of the defense that Vic Fangio plays with? What do you think that is? See, when you guys are looking at this kid from Texas, you see height and weight. I see what he does. And I put it in today's NFL. Okay? I said Ty and Mundan and Jordan and Nickel and Nakobe, yikes. I don't think Nakobe's got anything to worry about. Nakobe's going to be part of the process. That's right, Joseph. The vulnerability in a 2-eye safety is not over the top. It's underneath. It's that zone. Here, I'm going to show you one more time. Vic's vulnerability is this. And then, dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. See that in the middle? That's your vulnerability. Can these guys drop? Can these guys accelerate to cover and shrink this zone? That's what you're looking for. And that's what the kid from Texas, that's what they're telling you. That's what they're telling you there. Okay? They're telling you. Let me read it again. Excellent job reading the quarterback from depth and underneath with bursts and acceleration to close on receivers in a hurry. Takes away underneath routes in zone with quickness and possesses speed. Exceptional range on high defending. Again, the one thing that you're looking at with today's NFL, when you're talking about the kid from Texas and you don't like his size, what's the one thing that Vic constantly talks about, Vic Fangio? Today the game is played in numerous and massive space. You've got to have guys who can accelerate. Look at Isaiah Rodgers. Isaiah Rodgers couldn't crack an egg when he hit somebody. But that wasn't the point. He's now making $8 million a year in Minnesota, and they liked his cover skills. You've got to be a cover guy more than a hitter. Back when Howard Eskin was covering the league at the beginning, and you had secondary guys like Wes Hopkins, and you had those kind of guys, Eric Allen, that's a different breed of player than today. Do you understand when you got a guy and the corners and Ronnie Lott, do you think Ronnie Lott can play in today's NFL? Not at that speed. You've got to have exceptional speed. And that's why the athletes are better today. You can have all the instincts you want, but the game is played in space. It's why the linebackers are no longer 258 pounds. They're 220. Got to be able to run. All right. I didn't have a problem with it. I thought Howie said the most important thing over the weekend. You know what that was? Where we were picking, hey, the board spoke. We took the best player there. We were kind of honest with the board. I thought you couldn't have been more transparent. All right. Obviously, the news of the day is Hurts not showing up to the White House. Kind of ruining what was really, I thought, a pretty good weekend. Because, again, I don't care if you like Trump or not. I don't really care. Okay, Barkley showed up. They got two different guys in the locker room. One guy's showing up, one guy's not. I don't know. Howard's been in that locker room for decades. Let's bring him up here now. Don't forget, Angelo joins us also at 4:30. And here he is here, our good friend here, Howard Eskin. Howard, how are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm just great. I'm going to tell you right now, Dan, I would not go to the White House, but I don't want to get political because, and this is going to sound political, I would not go to the White House because the president would, and unfortunately, he's the president, but that's political, so I can't get into that. He is going to use that as a political tool. And that's where it's a problem. It used to be, I remember, and I have a picture with Julius Erving in the Rose Garden when the Sixers won a championship. This is, 40 years ago, 40-some years ago. Yeah, 83. So, and you know what? It was just fun. It wasn't political. It wasn't who's showing up, who's not showing up, who likes the president, who doesn't like the president. Everybody's got an opinion. And you don't have to agree. I mean, I feel bad for the people that have lost their jobs, but you don't have to agree with them. But you have it's become a political situation. And Jalen Hurts doesn't like Donald Trump. There's other players on that team that don't like Donald Trump. I don't know who's going to show up and who's not going to show up. I don't know. Saquon Barkley's a great guy. But apparently he flew with the president on his plane to the White House and stayed overnight. Shouldn't you be with your teammates when you make a trip like that?
But Howard, here, his respect for Iran Barkley, his uncle, who fought for the middleweight championship and who was friends with Trump when he was a kid. There was a history there that goes back with the Barkley family that he's known him since he was a kid. And his uncle had great respect for him, too. So I don't think it was just him not not sitting there going like this. Hey, man, and you're not wrong about the politics in it. I've been to the White House, too, for my 87 team when we got honored to win the national championship. I didn't give a shit who was in the White House. I wanted to be with my teammates, to be there and have my team honored. I don't know. Maybe it's just different today. Maybe it's different today. I would go if Joe Biden was there. I would go if Obama. I don't care. I mean, but
it wouldn't be political. It wouldn't be political with the other presidents. He is going to use that. Trust me, he's going to use that because his approval ratings are way down. It's the worst of any president. I think it's the worst of any president. So he's going to use the championship team came here, the world champions. And I saw a comment. He said he's working out deals with over 200 countries. Well, there's only 195 in the world. But that's another story for another day. But, Saquon Barkley was playing golf. He plays golf all the time, and he loves
with Obama.
And he was probably at Trump's golf course. Trump knew about it, went there, and hey, why don't you come down? And that's great because you don't turn down the president. But he's not going to live with the president. He's not going to play with the president. He's not going to be in a locker room with the president. He's going to be in a locker room with his teammates. And I think this team, the Eagles team, is really, really good, very good, terrific character people. And I think they'll get over any any disagreement they had with Barkley going down by himself.
I think this splits the locker room a little bit here, Howard, because again, I mean, Hurts made a decision not to go. Barkley made the decision to go. It's only human nature. Someone's going to have an opinion in the locker room because, again, most of the people that follow politics, including me, are uninformed and are not educated on it, and they're going to form a stupid opinion on it. And that's how that's going to roll, especially guys in that locker room. I know how some of the men think there, man, and whether they think one guy's right, one guy's wrong, they're going to be asked by the Philly media, what'd you make of Hurts not going? You're my hero. What'd you make of Barkley going? He's not my hero. I think there's a conversation that whether it's true or not, it will be.
And I think you're correct in that regard. But I would be shocked if there aren't other players that didn't go. But they're not at the level of Hurts and Saquon Barkley. So, I mean, that's part of it. I just listen, I have a friend that worked for Trump, and I've got all kinds of stories, which I can't share, obviously. It was actually his right-hand man when he owned the hotels. But whatever the case may be, I've met him. He's not the same person as he used to be. And hey, listen, you got to help. I just feel bad for people where they can't afford the food they need every day. Hopefully he doesn't change the medical insurance, the Medicare, the Medicaid, or whatever it is. Hopefully he doesn't, change Social Security when people are getting $65 a day and Elon Musk is getting $8 million a day from the government. So I from the United States, from our tax dollars. So again, I got political, but my being political is for the little guy. And Dan, you're not the little guy. I'm not the little guy, but I care about the little guy. I care about people. And that's my only thing. When people can dislike me for the opinions that I just had, that's fine. But I care about the little people. And I think Jalen Hurts, who's a different kind of guy, I think he cares about the little people too.
Well, why don't we do this then, Howard? Here's would have been mine. He's getting heat now. Why didn't he just do this? I can't stand Trump. I hate him. I'm not going.
No, you can't do that.
Don't tell me you got conflict of interest and you got scheduling. Just go like this. I can't stand the guy. I think the guy's a scumbag. I think the guy, what he's doing to our country right now, why can't he do that instead of do this? Hey, I got a scheduling conflict because I'm going on Oprah's show. Why not be honest about it? It's an honest moment. Be honest about it. Why can't you do that?
Because players are told not to.
Bob Lang strikes again.
I don't want to mention any names. I'm not going to mention names because they're told not to. And I'm sure the people that didn't want to go are advised you probably should go. Jalen Hurts is going to do what he wants to do.
That's
And
right.
there's other people that are going to do what they want to do. The owner is a terrific guy. I don't know for a fact, but I don't know that I think the Eagles hoped that they weren't going to be invited, but then the media made a issue of it. Well, are they going to invite the Eagles? So then you had to invite them. I'm sure they wouldn't have cared whether they get invited because now it's a dog and pony show.
Oh,
It's not like it used to be.
Maybe that's my problem too. Because when we went to the White House, I enjoyed myself. Hell, I even stole stuff out of the bathroom with the logo on it and all that. When we went there, hurricane. You know me, Howard. I'm like a spoon with the logo on it. This thing was awesome here, man. I mean, I didn't really care, man. I mean, I got
White House cufflinks. Bill Clinton sent me White House cufflinks.
Very nice there. All right, let's get to some sports here. What'd you think?
Yeah, right. And again, I hope people don't hold it against either one of us for either one of our opinions, but that's what we have as opinions. And I just, hey, listen, if a guy wants to do what he wants to do, and I don't think he needs to make excuses, fine. I have no problem with that.
Absolutely. Would you make it a 3-day weekend with the Eagles on what they did? I loved what he said on Saturday. I really did what Howie said. He goes, look, man, we're picking at the bottom of the draft. We were kind of subject to the board there. And again, I think, they're never going to go with needs. They're going to go with best players. Is that how you saw it, or did you see it different?
The catchphrase is the best player at a need. The best at a need. Okay, so
look at you killing two birds with one stone.
Well, wait a minute. You've lost defensive players.
Yep.
So you got an edge rusher linebacker because you've lost Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, and Brandon Graham retired. So, okay, so you got the best player. The Eagles don't worry about injuries. It's amazing. That's how they got Cooper DeJean. He was a first-round draft pick last year, but he was hurt in his senior year at Iowa. The guy was a stud, and he slipped to the second round. Hey, the doctors checked him. He's going to be okay. And it turned out to be a great pick because other teams were afraid of him because of the injury. The same thing with Jahad Campbell. So that was a good pick. They needed a defensive back. So that was a good pick with need. And Campbell, everybody says Campbell is a terrific player. I don't know about the safety, but he's got speed. He's a little guy, but they liked him. And then after that, and a quarterback, you always kind of take a quarterback late. You just see what you can develop. And the thing is, he's from the Philadelphia area. So it's a feel-good story. I mean, all this nonsense on social media, it's just, well, the Eagles would have taken Shadur Sanders at 145 if Cleveland didn't take him. And I think that's nonsense because it creates a distraction you don't need at the quarterback position for a guy that's never going to be a starter would have never been a starter with the Eagles. So when you look at their picks, they got what they think are good players. They're not all going to make it. So we'll see what happens. The quarterback that they got out of Syracuse will be probably the third string quarterback. But here's what I think the Eagles could do. Tanner McKee, I think, is a very good quarterback. He's a backup. I don't know if he'll ever be a starter, but who knows? Maybe they could trade him and get a 4th round pick and they still have somebody else. So, you got some ability to do some things there, but, we don't know how good the draft was.
No.
From the outside looking in, it looks like a good draft. And the thing that what the Eagles do is they show patience. They didn't get crazy trying to move up to get Jahad Campbell because they felt that he might be there, and it was too much for whoever.
They're disciplined, Howard. They're very disciplined in the draft.
Yeah, patience is a virtue.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, I think you're dead on with that here. And like you said, and you look at the draft the same way I do. We won't know what these players are going to look like for 3 years. These guys don't even have helmets yet before we understand what kind of ball players that they are here. So how about this, though? Let's expand on that. How do you think the offseason's gone so far in retooling the team with free agency and also with the draft? Because like you said, I mean, Howard, you took a blowtorch to the number 1 ranked defensive football team on defense. And a lot of those players took 2-3 years to develop. I mean, Sweat took 3-4 years. Milton took 3-4 years. You had a bunch of guys that you were patient, like you said. Now you're kind of ripping that up and starting all over again with new names, new faces, and less experience. How do you think they've done in the offseason?
Well, Sweat I'm okay with. They're probably going to get a 3rd-round compensatory pick.
Yeah, next year. Yep.
Okay. So, and I think he was only a 5th-round pick for the Eagles out of Florida State, was it? I think it was out of Florida.
4th round.
4th round. Okay. So they'll do better off there. He's had some inconsistency, and I don't know this, but I feel this, that they felt that if they signed him to another contract, you wouldn't get the same production out of him. So I'm okay with that. Brandon Graham retired. Milton Williams, nice player, but you can't sign everybody. Teams that win the Super Bowl, happens to every team, their roster changes by 15 to 18 players the following year. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't pay everybody. And who was it that got, I mean, Sweat may have gotten overpaid. There's somebody else that got a lot. I don't know.
Bill Williams got $26 million.
Okay, so he got a lot of money too. You know, you can't pay these guys that. And the Eagles you got 2 wide receivers making over $55 million.
Yeah.
All right. So now you got to you got to get young players who are locked in for 4 or 5 years at less money because you have so many players making a lot of money. They signed Cam Jurgens to a lot of money. Landon Dickerson to a lot of money. You can't sign everybody. You can't sign everybody. Lane Johnson's making a lot of money. Their whole offensive line is making a lot of money.
Just to expand on that, Howard, 9 guys on offense make $228 million as an annual salary. You think that's a little bit too unbalanced where you have so much money on that side of the ball and you've got so many players making north of $15 million? It's like 10 guys. And you've only got really 1 player now, the linebacker, because the backup, Huff, is the backup. You got 1 player making $15 million or more on that defensive side of the ball. I know that Carter's coming. There's going to be 40 there. But, boy, you got a lot of money on offense. Do you think that's how the league is today? I mean, you got to have a big-time offense, and you have to have, most notably, a great offensive line.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if I agree with that.
Okay.
And I'm allowed to disagree. Defense, you could see the Eagles had, what was it, 40-some points in the Super Bowl. They didn't score early. If it wasn't for that defense, keeping them in the game. Now, I don't think Kansas City was even the best team in the AFC, but nonetheless, the defense, I think the MVP was on defense as well. Me as Jalen Hurts plays. I think the defense was
Sweat.
The MVP. Yeah, Sweat, Zach Bond. You know, it's just hard to take a linebacker. Danny White was kind of an all-purpose guy. I remember he won. And then you got a cornerback, who was it, with Oakland, won the MVP one year.
That's right.
But it's rare. But the defense really was the MVP of that game. So I think it's crazy, but I think it's kind of changed. You got to score points, but you better have, when you get to the playoffs, you better have that defense. And I think the Eagles recognize that. They're fine on offense. They got the best offensive line probably in the NFL.
Oh, yes.
They got a terrific running back. I don't know if he's the best, but if he's not one, he's 1A. And you have a quarterback that's perfect for what they want to do, where they want to run the football. They don't really want Jalen Hurts to pass more than 21, 22 times a game. So he's less susceptible to the turnover. They can do that, and they'll still score some points. But the reason that the Eagles won, and this goes back to the defense, they got turnovers. Turnovers are the ultimate killer for a team. You can't win games if you turn the ball over, and the fact that the defense got turnovers was really, really, really big. So that's what they are. They want the turnover. So does everybody, but they don't turn the ball over, and they get turnovers. But I think the defense is probably, it's crazy to say, just as important as the offense on the Eagles team.
Absolutely. Couple last ones here for you, Howard. They did not address in the draft tight end. And if you listen to what Howie said, he goes, listen, we really love the guy.
Yep.
The guy's perfect. We really think a lot about him. He's a great player, but we're not there. Boy, that sounds to me like, because there's no money owed to him, that sounds like it's Goddard and his agent going, I'm not playing for anything other than this X amount of money here, because look at what the guy got, the tight end got in Arizona. That guy's now making 18, 17 million. He's making $19 million a year. He's the highest paid guy in the sport. And now he's looking at it. The guy who's missed 25% of his career in Philly, no doubt, availability, as you know, Howard, is just as important as ability. You got to beat her. How do you see this thing here with them not even addressing in the draft the tight end spot?
Well, I think they have another year to do that because he'll be here a year. They can. I think he's important to the team right now. I think he's absolutely important to the team right now. So I think that's a good thing that they kept him. I don't think he'll be here beyond this year, but then they'll get a tight end. They will find a tight end, whether it's they'll have a lot of draft picks. They have a lot of draft picks next year. They'll maneuver around. They will have another tight end, I think, next year. And I'll miss Dallas Goedert. Not only is he a terrific player, but he does get injured, but he's a terrific person in the locker room as well. And that's and nowadays, I think that's just as important.
Who do you think has a tougher chore ahead of him this season, Vic Fangio or Kevin Patullo?
Who has
the tougher chore ahead of him in getting the most out of his unit, Vic Fangio or Kevin Patullo? Because if you look at the offense a year ago, no question, one of the best, if not the best running attack in all of football. But their 30th passing really wasn't utilized. And the common theme is in Philly, well, we didn't really need it. Well, I mean, you didn't because you were so dominant. But without Barkley on that team, you're not winning the Super Bowl.
That's a hard thing to answer. I think both will do well. I mean, Kevin Patullo's been there, so he understands the offense. He's part of the meetings when they game plan, and I think Jalen really respects him. I think he's a very sharp guy. Kevin Patullo's a sharp guy.
Yep.
Vic Fangio's a terrific coach. I think I don't know who has the tougher. That's a tough question to answer, but they both have tough jobs because to repeat is tougher than anything. And the Eagles didn't have a lot of injuries last year.
No.
That's another thing. So, it all comes into play.
Last question for you here, Howard. I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, what'd you make of that whole Shadur Sanders thing? I mean, it's good for ratings. ESPN all-time high there. And, boy, I'll tell you what, man, I'd never seen more pub for a fifth-round pick in my life than for Shadur Sanders. How did you make it, and what did you think of it?
Well, I think you know what the draft is like. It's a lot of names. How many times can you say the same thing? And so they don't say the same thing, but and it's just social media is not social. It's not media. And then they throw, well, he's going to go here and they're looking at him. It's just, the teams just laugh at all that. It's just, he's too cocky. The fact is he obviously is. And in the end, I had Chris Sims on my show, on my podcast a few weeks ago. And he said something, because I was thinking, well, maybe the Giants. He said he's not good without a clean pocket. He's not as athletic as other players. That's a bit in today's, and the Giants don't have a good offensive line yet, and who knows when they're going to get one. And I'm saying, wait a minute, that's not a good thing for a quarterback. You rarely have a clean pocket. How many times are you going to have a clean pocket? So he talked about some flaws. Now, he didn't think that he would go that late, but and then you probably heard the same thing. The interviews he had were terrible, too cocky, like his father. You can't be cocky. You got to be humble, and he just wasn't humble. And I don't know, when I look at it now, whether I don't care what his numbers are, and he talks about his numbers. a fifth round pick. You know, somebody takes a shot earlier than that. That looks a little steep, but obviously they had some concerns about him. I don't know if he's a really good starting quarterback in the NFL, based on now what I look at. And Cleveland's not going to keep. They draft a guy in the third round, a quarterback, and then they draft one of those people aren't going to be there, and you know they have the ability to trade. So I don't know, and I don't think Sanders is their starting quarterback of the future. He's got to be more humble. And you just can't be a wise guy. You can't be, I need this, I want this, and I should do this. And then I'm sure they worried about his father saying, well, that's not the kind of offense he needs to play. So with all these, I think both of those things came into play.
Who would you rather have in your quarterback room, Tanner McKee or Shadur Sanders?
Tanner McKee.
Me too. I mean,
yep. Tanner McKee, it makes great reads. I watch him in camp, makes great reads. He's got a strong arm. He's not as athletic, but he really, really is a smart Stanford guy. Not all the guys coming out of Stanford are smart guys, although you think they should be going to Stanford. But sharp guy, great arm, not as athletic, but he can get out of the pocket if he has to. Tanner McKee is a better quarterback. Absolutely.
Well, just remember this, Howard. It's 16% admittance rate down at Miami, and I went there. So, I mean, you don't have to be smart. I mean, I didn't go there because I was some sort of like academia guy. That's for damn.
Well, that's the Catholics versus the convicts. Yeah, that's what it is.
Howard, make sure you. Hey, by the way, Michael Irvin said that he watches he was on Friday with us, and he watches your podcast all the time, and he watched the one when you had Sapp on. So that's really dope, man.
Try to get. It's funny you said that. I tried to get a hold of him today. You know, he's not the easiest guy to answer a text message.
No. Here's how you have to work him, because he does the same shit to me, and I'll tell you how you do him. You got to remember, he'll go back to his texts now. When did you text him? Today?
Earlier today.
Okay. Next Wednesday, he'll get back with you and go, when do you want me? I don't know what it is. I mean, so he's a lot like Iverson. Okay.
Jeez, it's unbelievable. I got Frank Caliendo on Saturday because I love Frank. I love Frank with all these impersonations. But and then I'm going to have Gruden on afterwards. After Caliendo does Gruden, I'll have Gruden on. But I'm trying to get a hold of. Hey, Michael, I'm trying to get a hold of you. You know, answer your damn text, damn it.
Yeah, he just, hey, I've known that kid for 40 years. We've been friends and brothers for 40 years.
Yeah, well, I got to know him back in the day in the 80s too. Yeah.
Hey, he just, I mean, we knew each other since we were 19 when we were playing together. And hey, I'm sorry, man. I dude, it took you a month to get back to me. He goes, yeah, I know, man, I'm behind and everything. And I'm like, so now I'm going to text Eskin. I'm going to text him and go, hey, Eskin's looking for you, man.
Yeah, text him. And I'm going to get back to him and tell him, yeah, damn it, answer my text.
Yeah. Howard, great stuff. You have a great show, and I so thank you so much for coming aboard. I always love different opinions. By the way, do you have a message for Angelo? He's coming on at 4:30.
Well, I know one thing.
I know you had him on too.
Yeah, and it was great. It was great. Whatever I said about the White House, Angelo's going to say the opposite.
Hey, I told him, I said, hey, Howard loves Andy Reid. Howard loves Andy Reid.
That's coaching football. Better than Bill Belichick. And how about that 60 or the CBS Sunday Morning? That's a charade. That is a disgrace. That to let that 25-year-old run him around like a little puppet.
You're being kind. She's like 22.
No, I think she's 24. But whatever. She's a Division III cheerleader. Give me a break. It's just like he's supposed to be in charge. And I wish CBS runs the rest of that when she interrupted so many times in that interview. And the only reason Belichick did the interview is because he has a book. And the fact that he won't answer the question that what's his name, Robert Kraft is not mentioned in the book is a joke.
How about this? Joke. He ran Brady out of the organization, but he wouldn't run her out of an interview.
What a joke. It's just, and he doesn't follow social media. You're going to tell me when she has somebody shooting those pictures of him playing Patsy on the beach with her that he doesn't know where it's going? Give me a break.
Oh my God. Howard, I'm rooting against the Lakers. Do they get closed out by Minnesota? And what my favorite line, Howard Eskin, LaFraud. Does he get closed out by the T-Wolves?
Well, they don't win the series, and I think this game is in L.A., right?
Yeah, it's in L.A.
So they don't want to lose at home. And I'm not a J.J. Redick fan either, too. The only reason he got the job is because he kissed LaFraud's ass to draft his kid who can't play a little bit. So all these things. It's a joke.
Hey, that's going to be a new one, Howard. Who has the better career, Bronny or Shadur?
Shadur. All Shadur has to do is play 3 plays, and he's got a better career.
Howard, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate it. Always great talking.
Michael Irvin, where are you?
Howard, thank you, my friend.
See ya.
You got it. Howard Eskin. Don't forget. Yes, sir. Our friend Angelo Cataldi. That'll be good there. We appreciate Howard. He does a great show, and we will reach out to Michael Irvin and go, where the hell are you here, my friends? Absolutely. So please hit that like button. We're going to reset here. Guys, don't forget our great friends at Morgan & Morgan. #1 injury law firm in the country with over $30 billion recovered. That's who Morgan & Morgan is. Track record is second to none, my friends. Family in Pennsylvania here got $30 million when it came to a recovery that initially an insurance company wanted to only give that Pennsylvania family $650,000, not happening. Or down in Florida, a family got $13 million, and they initially were offered $350,000. No way. That's not how it works. And you know why their record is what it is? They win. If you're ever injured, please check out our great friends at forthepeople.com/big sills or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/big sills or pound law 529. And do me a favor, you tell them Big Sill sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Your financial future is on the line. Are you ready for what's next? At Leone & Company Wealth Management, we help young professionals, business owners, and pre-retirees navigate the complexities of building and protecting wealth. For young professionals, we'll help you grow your wealth, plan for your future, and make the most of your hard-earned dollars. For business owners, we provide strategies to protect your company, manage risks, and create a lasting legacy for both your business and personal wealth. For pre-retirees, we'll design a plan to secure your retirement, ensuring you can live comfortably and confidently in your next chapter. Whether you're just starting out, managing a thriving business, or preparing for retirement, we're here to help you take control of your financial future. The first consultation is on us. Get the advice you need without the cost. Let's make your financial vision a reality. Take the next step. Scan the QR code to schedule your free consultation today. And of course, go Birds.
Field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you.
Champions on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. Do me a favor, please hit that like button. You know, it's funny. I just remembered something, that Patrick Mahomes is a Republican, and he showed up at the White House to greet Joe Biden. Just saying. I mean, right? He showed up. And by the way, once again, to go back on what Howard said Trump's going to make it a political thing because that's what he does. I know. But it's not about Donald Trump. It's about the Eagles. And it's about their accomplishment on February 9th. Dude, just because somebody else does something, that does no reflection on you. Hey, I can't stand it. That's why you say, I can't stand the guy. But I'm going with my team. Same reason why Mahomes couldn't stand Joe Biden. But he went. He went anyway. Okay? I'm going to talk about Shadur here in a second. I believe the Sanders family owes the Eagles. The Eagles report about Sanders ultimately got Shadur drafted. Also, ESPN could have fabricated it. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. No doubt. Shadur Sanders story. Then we're going to take a look at the 32 teams. I'll give you my brief little synopsis of the takeaways and what they did for the 3 days of the NFL draft, which, by the way, enormous ratings. Angelo Cataldi will join us at the bottom of the hour. Then Xander's going to join us at the 5 o'clock spot. And we'll get his thoughts at the top of the 5. You're cool with that, Z. If you're cool at 5, get your thoughts if you're cool there. So, again, Howard, hey, we get people on this program that completely have different opinions or the same. I don't care. Just like I get you guys on. Nobody gets blocked here. Here's my takeaway on the Shadur Sanders story. Should he have gone in the 3rd round? Probably. Okay? Probably. Was he a first-round talent? I never thought so. I told you that from day one. I didn't see it. Hey, get this. Am I right? I didn't see it. I told you from day one. People kept asking me. Xander asked me, what'd you make of him? I'm like, I don't see it. He doesn't play on time. He holds the ball, takes too many sacks. I mean, you want to hear something about Cam Ward? That one wide receiver that Cam Ward played with was drafted, and he went number 1 overall. Not one Miami Hurricane wide receiver was drafted, and he went number 1 all overall. Okay? Sills is the Sanders hater. No, I believe in what Damian Woody said. Damian Woody's right. The NFL didn't see any intangible. That's a guy who played 12 years for the New England Patriots, won a couple Super Bowls, and he said the same thing I did. NFL said, we don't buy you. We don't believe it. Let me ask you guys this. How many shitty quarterbacks are backup quarterbacks in today's NFL? You know why Tim Tebow couldn't get a job as a backup quarterback in the NFL? They don't want the circus of the backup quarterback that Tebow brings with that bullshit. And so Tebow never had an opportunity, at least being a backup, couldn't play special teams. I mean, there's so many bad quarterbacks. Dude, Ian Booker was on the Eagles at one time. Ian Booker. Instead of Tim Tebow. Ian Booker. But the NFL doesn't look at that. Dude, the NFL is in the business of winning. That's what they do. They're in the business of winning. They are racist. To the color green. Whatever makes them the most money. They don't give a crap what it is. They believe in one color, and they are racist towards white, black, whatever, except green. Green is their color. Do you understand that? Whatever that color brings. If it brings me more money, sign a black player. If it brings me more money, sign a white player. What are you, crazy? Shadur Sanders. I agree with the league. I don't buy it. Prove it. They did it to Brady. They told Tom Brady, I don't buy you. He proved them wrong. The ultimate back in your face. Okay? The ultimate back in your face. Sills, the NFL is all about talent. Shadur's talent was not good enough to overshadow how bad he and his father were during the process. Dude, that is probably the Jimmy Johnson scale that you're talking about. Hoss, I like my Bob, I'll tell you what, and maybe, again, I have to agree with you because here's what, Jimmy, you tell me. Hey, you want to be cocky? You want to be arrogant? And you want to be all those things? You better be a lights-out player. And he's not. The dude that was the lights-out player on that team was Travis Hunter. Dude, I'm happy for him. Hey, by the way, the whole thing with the prank. Now, look, Cooper DeJean, a couple other guys, Tyler Warren also were pranked. It's a little different than being pranked in front of your buddies instead of the whole world. Okay? And from what I understand, the assistant coach's kid, he did it to multiple people instead of just Shadur. I mean, people are making it sound like the kid put a hit out on him, and it's not true. Is it shitty? Hey, welcome to the world. People do shitty things. People are shitty. Welcome to the world. Oh, the Falcons should lose a draft. I mean, come on, man. The kid's stupid. He's a kid. The coach, hey, the Falcons aren't doing anything. It's a really bad look for the Falcons in the league for sure, especially with the profile of Shadur. But there lies the problem that Bob's talking about. Just think of this. A kid played a prank on him, and now people want the Atlanta Falcons to lose a draft pick. Why would I want that in my locker room? When the guy's not that good. Dude, I can promise you this. If that guy was great, he'd have been the first player taken. Okay? So what? And what's the fucking big deal? He played a prank. Howard Stern made a career out of doing stuff like that, and everyone thought it was funny. But when it's one of your guys that you were you know what happened? Let me tell you what happened. You guys were sold a bill of goods, and you bought it. The same way you bought Tiger Woods. You thought Tiger was this up and mighty guy, and you thought he was a solid citizen. He was a good family man. He was a great husband. When you found out he was banging chicks at Perkins restaurants in the toilets, and you realized that this guy wasn't the guy that the media had portrayed, they felt rejected. They felt lied to. That's what's happened here, too. They feel lied to. And what else has happened? They tried selling to the public that this kid was better than what he was. The NFL gave you a reality check and said, he ain't that good. And the media doesn't want to buy it. The media doesn't want to buy that their assessments of quarterbacks. How about Mel Kiper doing this bullshit? Oh, my God, the NFL for 50 years doesn't know dick about the quarter. You're the same guy that said Jimmy Clausen would be a superstar and better than Mahomes. I mean, here's the guy that also went out and said, let me just tell you something here, man. Colt McCoy's going to be a super. You're like, those guys are nothing, really. He forgets all of his misses. Dude, does the NFL miss at the position? Why does the NFL miss at the quarterback position? Why do they miss? You know why? It's not enough time to evaluate the best and most important position on the field. Because the NFL is not true college, guys. They are two separate businesses, college football and pro football. Why do you think a billion-dollar business misses on talent evaluation? Hey, by the way, for the record, how many times do you vote every 4 years and you miss on the president that you vote for on making your country better? Or a senator or a congressman that you vote on an election, and those guys fail, underachieve, or they overachieve. Same thing. It's the same shit. Just because you think you know somebody doesn't mean that they're going to perform for you, no matter what the profession is. Spills, me and my buddies back in high school played ding dong hits. Okay? People, I mean, get this, man. Again, like I said, all you guys have done is you bought into the hype. That Oregon coach was dead on about the Oregon Colorado program. He was right on about it. It was more hype than context. That's not a real program. Now, Deion is awesome at what he does. Deion did this shit in college. He's the ultimate promoter. He is. Primetime is the ultimate promoter. But there's got to be some context to it. Dude, I guarantee you, Colorado has better season than any year that Shadur Sanders was a starting quarterback. Because it won't be about one guy anymore. It'll be about a team concept. Dude, you guys are missing the point, man. If you think this had anything to do with race, 2 black quarterbacks went ahead of him. How could it be about? Hey, you know what was really disgusting to watch? Can I tell you? Was every single time Rich Eisen. Hey, Anthony, are you in here? Anthony, are you here, buddy? I'm going to say something because I'm going to need Anthony here with me. Because I want to ask my buddy here. Every time they went to the Steelers and their pick was around the corner, didn't you feel insulted that because Mike Tomlin was a black guy, that they were going to draft a black guy? You completely disrespected Mike Tomlin and his football acronym and who he was as a football man by disrespecting Mike Tomlin. Every single time. Rich Eisen, well, it's the Steelers' turn. It's the Steelers. Maybe this is Shadur. Steelers want nothing to do with it. Why? Because he's black? Because he was black? Hey, that's insulting. It's insulting. And then the Steelers draft Will Howard once Shadur was gone, just to take a shot at you. And the media, I know it's a hard conversation for you, son. No problem. Yeah. Maybe the Steelers here. Wait, because you have a black coach? Embarrassing. They embarrassed themselves. How about any team needing a quarterback? I mean, how about it? Look at what here. Let me show you something. On your own team, did the Eagles need a quarterback? Did the Eagles need to draft a quarterback? Yes or no? Did they need? No, they didn't. But they took one anyway. Why? Best player available on the board. They didn't need it. They didn't need a quarterback. You could sign anybody. They got three guys. They got three guys in the building now. Quarterback 3. Look at this guy. Yeah, like he's ever fucking active. You got one quarterback and another one. You got an emergency guy. And you got the guy that you forgot maybe from Cleveland. And you got Tanner McKee. And you got Jalen. What are you going to have? Quarterback 4? You already got 3 quarterbacks. Steelers needed a quarterback from the start, which is why they felt that way. It had nothing to do. Oh, okay. How come it was always Shadur and no one else? Prince, I disagree with you, my friend. Even worse, McWilliams pick got 0 airtime, and Cam pick was not played, but rather they played a Shadur TikTok. Nasty work. Dude, Cam Ward got no airtime whatsoever. Got absolutely no airtime. 0 airtime. Okay? Let's see here. 0 airtime for a truly great story. My friend, I happen to disagree. Yeah, I got a picture. Joe sent me a picture of Mahomes giving Joe Biden a uniform when they showed up to the White House. What a leader. What a great football player, Patrick Mahomes. Spectacular leader. I'm so happy Saquon Barkley is the face of the Eagles. Fantastic. Face of the Eagles. Okay? Face of the Eagles, baby. Like it. We'll do the 32 teams here in a second. Oh, boy. What a story. Hey, this has been some day. I won't lie to you. Can always count on Jalen to divide the city of Philly and the country. Thank you, MVP. Great job, dude. I'm trying to sit here and talk about the draft, but you really can't because your starting quarterback and the Super Bowl MVP divided the country today. Pretty awesome. Thank you for the content. Okay? Thank you for the content. So just own it. This is your show and you love this shit. Oh my God, yes. Are you crazy? The Eagles are a content machine. Absolutely love it. Absolutely. You crazy? Hey, by the way, I don't make these topics up. Your team does. Angelo's going to join us in a couple minutes. Okay? Hey, Sig, what do you make of Barkley? Do you like him or hate him? I'm going to show you something, folks. What do you make of Barkley now going and spending time with the president, going on the chopper to the White House? What do you make of him, brother? What do you make of him now? What do you think of Barkley? Just curious. Oh, good. What do you make of Barkley? I didn't do this. Nah. Don't avoid my last super. If I missed it, I apologize. Please, Xander, if we can, before Angelo. We'll get that for you, Anthony. Anthony, I know Xander's got to be real busy here. And if not, just repost and I'll put it up there. Sills, the big problem is that people are lazy and look for a comp instead of doing the work to look for themselves. Shadur's father instead. Yeah, that's right. I looked at it. To me, that's right. Bob, when I look at Shadur Sanders, I see a cheap man's version of Geno Smith. That's exactly correct. Yes. Absolutely. America, we divide. It was a nothing topic. He made it one. And now it's the number one story on social media right now. And it's the number one story in the country. Not how good the Eagles did in their draft, but why Hurts doesn't want to be with his team at the White House. And again, I preface it by saying with his team, not with Trump. Barkley spends all of his time with Trump and his team. Okay? And to Howard Eskin's point, well, Trump will make it. Well, let him. That's his prerogative. We're being honored like John F. Kennedy started this. I think Kennedy started it where he would bring teams to the White House. Like, I think he started it with the All-American team, if I'm not mistaken. And President Kennedy, I think, started this. And then I think Nixon did it. I think LBJ did it. I think pretty much all of them have brought, like, champions of Super Bowls and World Series titles, if I'm not mistaken. Sills loves political topics. You're pushing a narrative. No, I'm not. I'm pushing actions. What's the narrative? Barkley went, he didn't. What's the narrative? That's for you to fill it in, bro. Not me. I don't fill that in. How do I fill that? This isn't, I didn't. How is this? By the way, I'm commenting on what others have commented on. I didn't make this up. Dude, what does my political thing have to do with what happened today at the White House? Look at how you can always tell people who get offended by when I'm talking is that they'll go to me and not go to what's going on. That shows you a lack of intelligence or a lack of conversation. Right there in a nutshell. Well, you're an asshole because you didn't. What are we talking about? What are we talking about me for? What's that got to do with me? Yeah. Brady didn't go in 2015. Did he divide? Do you remember why he didn't go? Do you remember why? Do you remember why he didn't go in 2015? There was a Trump hat in his locker that said, "Make America Great Again." And wearing that hat is like wearing a bullseye. And Brady didn't want the heat because he got shit because the hat was in the locker. And he didn't want that on him or his team and take away from what went on. He said that. Because the media gave him too much shit like they gave Barkley. They gave Barkley shit the same way they gave Tom Brady for knowing Trump. By the way, do you know how many people in the sports world know Trump? You know what? You know what my problem with Trump is? He told Jerry Jones it'd be the worst investment in his entire life when the team was $140 million. And Jerry bought the team anyway. Now it's worth $13 billion. I mean, Hoss, you missed out on that. And always remember this. Trump's got an ass with the owners. Why? Because they botched him out from owning the Bills. He wanted to own the Bills, and he wanted to buy the Jets from the Hess family. Okay? You should tell your quarterback in Philly that. You definitely should. I agree. Spike, with a rare win. You're with a rare win. Yeah. Yeah, you got me. Yeah. What do you got me on today? I'm not the one who looks like an asshole to half your fan base. So it's okay to excuse Brady, but yeah, I got. Hey, wait a minute. No. How about this, Prince? You think it's cool to alienate half your fan base? Prince, do you think that guy alienated half his fan base today? Yes or no? Just between you and me. You think he do you? Do you think Jalen Hurts alienated half the Eagle fan base? Yes or no? No, look at this. No. And no. Oh, I'm sure. Check the polls. Ain't about me. Oh, I see. So Jalen didn't go because Trump's approval rating's down. So he did it for politics, right? Oh, okay. Trump's political rating is down. So Jalen saw that and went, oh, well, I'm not going because people don't like him, so I'm not going. So he's enticed, doesn't have his own opinions. Oh, I got it. I remember when no one cared if he visited the president. Hey, that's me, man. You know what? I think it's social media today. Poor Saquon Barkley, who's just getting shit all over by the other half of the Eagle fan base. You should be ashamed of yourselves. That guy helped you win a Super Bowl, and you're taking a shit all over him. Why? Because he thinks different than you? Who cares about the White House trip? Seriously, Hurts could have a family thing to attend to. Doesn't matter. Trump will be fine. Come on, Sills. Not the end of the world. It's not. I don't give a shit. Except that I thought he should have been there with his team to celebrate a great achievement. Not here. Again, like I said. Oh, those Eagle fans are dumb. Okay? Put your beliefs and hate for someone aside and be a leader and show up to your team. Mikey, yeah. I think you put your political beliefs aside like Patrick Mahomes did. Yeah. Yes. By the way, we're going to look at all 32 teams. And we will also look at the defense and how it's looking now and constructed. We're waiting for our friend Angelo Cataldi here. Okay, he's coming. He said he got a slight delay. I'm sure he's being asked this question. Hey, by the way, one more time. I don't care if you voted for Trump or not. I really don't. I was just talking about being a team guy. Trump is praising all the Eagles. Lost opportunity. Yeah, because there's a narrative. Howard had a preconceived narrative. Okay? Had a preconceived narrative. Poor Barkley. So is it the same question? Didn't Barkley alienate half the fans? Yes. But wait a minute. Saquon Barkley played golf with Obama and then went with Trump because he's known Trump since he was 5 years old. How did Barkley alienate? He played golf and he's a huge Obama guy. You heard him say it. He's a huge Obama guy. Still had the respect for the office. He so tweeted that out today. Dude, Saquon Barkley is the leader on that team. Here's your true leader. As a former player, would it bother you if your teammate didn't go? No. And I'm a Trump supporter. No. You know what would bother me, Mike? Mike, what do you think would be the number one thing that would bother a player over this? What do you think, Mikey V, talking to you, what do you think would be the biggest problem that a player, even if he hated Trump, what do you think would be the biggest problem that a player would have? What do you think? Here would be. So you're sitting at your locker, and all of a sudden, somebody comes up to you, Reuben Frank or somebody. What'd you make of Hurts not going to the White House? And what'd you make of Barkley going? Well, that's none of my business. No, I was just wondering as a teammate, and every single Philadelphia Eagle guy, every single Philadelphia Eagle guy would have to answer that question instead of going, how's your offseason going? So Angelo's mouse died. He's reheating it up for us. Okay? I don't want to answer those questions. It's like having somebody in the locker room that did something that wasn't cool. You got to answer to it. I don't want to answer that shit. What if Hurts called Trump ahead of time? You think that's the case? He was asked that question the other day when he was at the Time thing. Okay? Right? No, we tried talking football. No sports with politics. Who cares, Sills? Well, stop putting it in it. You put an agenda in with Shadur all weekend for 3 hours, and for what? How many hours was that all about? The politics of the NFL. How would you know what I have a question for you, Deshae? If you're the NFL, how'd you feel about being called racist, petty, and elitist for 3 days by the NFL Network and ESPN? How'd you feel about having your league being called racist by Mel Kiper and Joel Klatt? I don't understand it. Yes, they can. Yes, they did. They were giving you an innuendo and a narrative. How would you like to do that? Well, I'm curious. Sills, finally exposed for what? What did I expose myself? I'm curious what you think, Roland. On what? By the way, I saw somebody talk about a policy. Well, that's for you and your MSNBC and your other shows to debate on Medicare and all that other stuff. I'm talking about a football team showing up together as one, like you did February 9th. I'm not talking about any of that. That's not what I'm talking about here. And you're thinking that, you are completely missing the point. Yeah, his mouse died, so we're waiting for it to get recharged here. Lori explained to the press, do you want to enjoy this? Come along. We'll all have a great time. And if you don't, it is totally an option thing. We're not politicizing anything. Well, he did. And now you've divided the locker room. Barkley is getting hammered. Jalen Hurts' actions now throw more fire on Saquon Barkley. Does it not? Look at what Saquon had to put. Get this. You know what's sad? You guys are thinking that this is an opinion of mine. Well, let me read to you what Barkley put out today. How obnoxious are people who can't see two sides of a conversation? Here's Saquon Barkley in what he put out to the public today, in what he said, which should shut all of you up. Some people are really upset because I played golf and flew to the White House in bold letters with the president. Maybe I just respect the offense. Not a hard concept to understand. Just golfed with Obama not too long ago and look forward to finishing my round with Trump. Now y'all can get my mentions with all this politics, and you have an amazing day. I completely agree with Saquon Barkley. I have that exact opinion that he does. Guy, dude, you get to meet presidents. You get to, when you're a star player, you get to meet presidents. You get to meet kings. You get to meet everyone. But some of you like to do this. I'm not meeting him. I'm not meeting him. That's not how I look at it either. Dude, if I could meet the prime minister of fucking Italy, or I could meet the prime minister of England, or I could meet Trump, or I could meet Obama, or I could meet Clinton, I can meet any. That's the privileges of being a superstar. Saquon Barkley's telling all of you to go fuck yourselves. I'm not going to eat at Chick-fil-A because they're too religious. That always got me. I'm not eating this food because, you know, how weird. How weird is that? Read that again. That's such a great take by Barkley. Some people are really upset because I played golf, flew to the White House with the president of the United States. Maybe I just respect the office. Not a hard concept to understand. Something Hurts doesn't. I added that. Just golfed with Obama not too long ago. Now I'm going to finish my round of golf with Trump. Y'all have a damn good day. And I hate Penn State. Hey, and I hate Penn State. Yeah. Hey, I heard that. I heard that he's not that great. Hey, dude, I met Obama too, man. You know what I'm going to show you guys something. I so hope that I didn't delete it. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was, dude, whatever you think of this, hopefully I didn't delete it. Hopefully I did not delete this. Damn it, I pray to God I didn't. I had a chance. Oh, man, hey, when I met Bill Clinton, it was awesome. I had a great time with him. He told me Jimmy Johnson stories, man, from Arkansas. Boy, I'll tell you what, man, it was a pretty good day of drafting. And then all of a sudden we had a political moment here. And I'm going to read something to you here. And I hate Penn State. I'm the Miami Hurricane. They took one of my national championships away from me. Let me read you a leader. Some people are really upset with me because I played golf and flew to the White House with the President of the United States. Maybe I respect the office. That's not a hard concept to follow. I just golfed with Obama not too long ago. I hear Obama's not good, and I agree with you. I hear he's not a great golfer. I hear he can shoot the hell out of hoops, though. They had a court in the backyard there, from what I understand. I look forward to finishing my round of golf with Donald Trump. So let me ask you something. Did Jalen Hurts divide the locker room today? Because now you got people pissing all over Saquon Barkley. Now you got a guy making a political statement. To me, I've been to the White House. I've been honored at the White House for a team winning a championship. I didn't give a shit who was in the White House. I told Howard Eskin last hour. I took a spoon and some napkins that had the president's seal on it. I thought it was a great time. You know, days like this were made for two guys in the world, and I know who they were made for. They were made for me and the godfather of Philly sports talk. That is the legendary Angelo Cataldi, and he joins us weak mouse and all.
Dan, I wish you were here the last 15 minutes. When something goes wrong with my computer, I start screaming for my wife, and we both are just, and my mouse went dead. Even now, it's barely hanging on. But I guess I don't need it. Anyway, thank you for I'm sorry I'm late. I got all screwed up. Nothing new in this house.
All right. Let me ask you, you know what?
Right.
Howard had a different opinion of me. I'm more that February 9th, you won as a team. You performed as a team, and you're being honored as a team. I don't know. Me, you know, I think you say you don't want it to be political, but you made it political, especially what would happen with Barkley the day before. Angelo, him not going to the White House means what to you?
It's ridiculous. All right. The whole concept that you can't go to the White House for something that you have earned, that is one of the great honors of a season for any team. You can't go there because you don't agree with the politics of the guy who currently resides in the White House. That's totally absurd. In other words, now, whenever a team goes, it's like a tacit endorsement of what that president represents. No, go to the friggin' White House. He's not going to ask you your political views on immigration or abortion. He's there to honor what you did on the field. And it's another opportunity for fans to revel in the success of the season. And anybody that wants to turn it into anything else is a jackass, all right? It's that simple, Dan. And if somebody's got a different opinion, let me clue you in. You're friggin' wrong, all right? You're wrong. You're politicizing something that has never been political until you did it. So stop doing it and go to the damn White House.
How about this one, Angelo? And people don't get the relationship that Barkley had with Trump. It's because of his uncle, Iran Barkley, who boxed at the Taj Mahal and some of the casinos in Atlantic City. And he has known him since he was 10 years old. That's his uncle. So there was a built-in relationship. And then what he tweeted out, I thought was exactly how I felt when I went, hey, man, what, you think I believed in what Clinton or anybody else had an idea? I mean, I didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. What, NAFTA? What are you talking about? I'm here to have a meal, and I'm here to be honored, man. I mean, we did something as a team, and do you believe he divided also the Philly fan base now? I mean, how do you not divide half the fan base? Pennsylvania did go Republican, and now you got half the fan base pissed off at Hurts, half the fan base pissed off at Barkley. This looked like it's like, I mean, this was really unnecessary. How do you look at that part of this?
Totally unnecessary. I don't think it breaks up the locker room. I don't think they're going to gather together for the off-season workouts and go, oh, how dare you go to the White House? Come on. I mean, People are so stupid sometimes because they happen to have a strong opinion politically. I have a strong opinion politically. This isn't politics. This is an honor for a great sports team. And the fans enjoy it. It's for the fans as much as it is for the players. And Dan, the whole thing is so stupid. Honestly, it is. It's not going to fracture the locker room. Anybody that's not going to root for Saquon Barkley after this season he just had and the championship he just handed you, because he is in some way in your walk mind aligned with the current president, you need therapy. You need a psychologist. I got to go with Dr. Fish if you need him, all right? I've used him a few times. There's something wrong with you if you're turning that into a big thing. It's not. It's just an honor for a great sports team. That's it. And Barkley has every right to play golf with Trump. If Trump asks him to play golf with him, he has he can do whatever he wants. You know what I'm concerned about, Barkley? When they hand him the football, throw him the football, get your ass to the end zone like you did brilliantly last year. Hooray. That's it. We don't need this on his way to the end zone. Anybody's going, gee, I wonder what Barkley thinks about abortion. Where does he stand on that issue?
Yeah.
Well, before he gets in the end zone, I got to make a decision on whether I can root for this guy. I mean, give me a freaking break, will you, please? Oh,
how do you think this will affect Eagle fans? Jalen Hurts not going. I mean,
it won't affect any of them. It's a media issue. It's a media issue. All right. The fans, look, the Eagles have a lot of great Trump supporters who are great Eagles fans. And I'm sure that so does the Democrat. A lot of Eagle fans are Democrat. They don't want. I spent all those years before those games. Nobody ever went. And the big thing for me is if we win, it's a win for the Democrats. But it's not. It's got nothing to do with that. Stop trying to make it into something it isn't so it creates a furor. No. And I would be saying this if I was still on the air. And I love to stir stuff up when I thought something was there. This is bogus. But it's a non-issue that I'm angry they didn't go 7 years ago. They should have gone when they won the first time. That was a dumb decision. Clearly, they figured that out in the 7 years because they immediately said yes this time. And they went today and they got an honor that they had earned. And that's the whole story. And anybody who doesn't think that is a moron. All right. And it's a tiny minority of people. Most people don't give a damn what the politics are of the players on the field. And if you do, you're a moron. So know that now.
That's right. It's kind of exactly what went on with the Shadur Sanders stuff over the weekend is that you made an obnoxious narrative over something that was, quite frankly, everyone was saying this guy, hey, like Damian Woody said, hey, the NFL looked at him and said he's not good enough. And what people didn't like was that the media had been building this kid up for the last 2 years and they made him into something when the NFL went like that. Angelo, I tell people this, the NFL's in the business of winning. And there's no color to that. They are racist. You know what it's for? Green. Anything that makes them money. They are the most racist person on the planet if it's green. That's the only color they like. Other than that, they'll put anybody in there, man. Look at what they did to Deshaun Watson. They had 25 sexual assault cases against him. They gave him a raise. I mean, come on,
that was
man.
a little extreme. But let me just say this. All right, the Sanders thing. I wrote about it on my blog today, AngeloCataldi.com. It's one of many things I covered, including how he's drafting the ridiculous praise he's receiving. But the thing with Sanders is he dropped to the 5th round because Shadur Sanders was a package deal. You understand? It was him and his rotten attitude, which he learned from his idiot father, Dion. And the fact of the matter is, and this the story came out just today, that a number of owners demanded from their war room that they remove him entirely from the board because they knew that it wasn't just Shadur who was coveted, it was Dion. and that Deion was going to have his fingerprints all over everything. If you didn't start him the first week, he'd be out there making a stir. Nobody needed that. So you had the kid with a rotten attitude he learned from his egomaniac father, and then you were getting both of them. And that's, boy, then he better be Peyton Manning. He better be Tom Brady, because you're going to be dealing with a lot of garbage you don't want to deal with. And that's the biggest reason he dropped. Because if he didn't have Deion Sanders as his father, he would have gone in the first round. I truly believe that. Deion Sanders was the reason that kid dropped to the 5th round. And there's a great rumor, if you want some juice, NJ.com, Eagles were ready to pick him in the 5th round when Cleveland jumped up and grabbed him right ahead of him. And I am thrilled the Eagles did not get him, because why do you want that distraction? You've got one of the best quarterbacks in the game. You've got a good room. You've got a good culture. You want to try to mess it with that guard? No. I'm glad they didn't do that, but wouldn't have shocked me. When it was getting that late, Dan, I was thinking how he's starting to see value here, how he looks for value, how he loves value. And it wouldn't have shocked me if they took him and opened up a Pandora's box that they did not need, not after a championship.
All right, let's get to that Eagle, and let's get to your opinions on it. What do you make of the 3 days that Howie had from the first-round pick, the linebacker out of Bama, all the way through Saturday night?
Well, I read every report card I could get my eyes on, and almost everyone said the same thing. Here goes Howie. Howie does it again. And they went in with the premise that Howie can do no wrong. Well, I was there for a lot of time, a lot of drafts where Howie botched them totally. And Howie's playing to it now. He's going, I know he didn't set a record for trades this year, but hey, it's something we could try next. You know, he's loving the wheeler dealer image that he has now. The fact of the matter is, the first pick he made, I thought was excellent. It was great. He got a potential top 15, top 10 talent in the first round, a Kid Campbell from Alabama, football factory. He moved up one spot to get him. Great. After that, really? You know what he did after that? Quantity over quality. He just kept trading down. He traded down four times during the rest of the draft to accumulate more picks. So he ended up with 10 this year, 12 next year. But I don't have to tell you this. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round picks. Roll the dice. Once in a while, you get a great player. Most of the time, you might get a serviceable one. If that, no, I didn't see anything after that dazzled me in any way. And frankly, I would have rather go up and get quality than go down and get quantity. I don't think it was that great.
Great take here. And I'll ask you this. Boy, they've been making money moves the entire offseason. I mean, the shitty free agents they signed, the moving down, the massive, then caring about 26 in the future, because that's all they talk about, are the future guys potentially here. Look, they spend money. They do spend money, but is it my observation here? But everything has been cost cutting, from the guys they let loose to how they picked in this draft, where they were in this draft, maybe because of the fact they were at the bottom because they had success here, but they didn't address tight end at all. What are they doing with Goddard now? I mean, that.
Right. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because that is the sacrilege of this offseason. It's the way they have treated Dallas Goedert, right? Dallas Goedert is a main target, an excellent weapon. He's been there 7 years. He's done a terrific job. And
led the Eagles, Angelo, in catches in the postseason.
Yeah. Class guy. He has been ignored by inept play callers like Brian Johnson last year. Totally ignored for games. Didn't even get a ball thrown to him. Never made a peep. Never said anything. You get to the year before his contract runs out, $14 million a year, and all of a sudden the Eagles are dangling him out there. And Howie, so I'm going, come on, reel this in a little bit. This guy is a tremendous. You talk about loyalty. You talk about team. And then when a guy gets to a place where you don't consider his salary advantageous, you discard him like yesterday's trash. Get up there and say something. At least lie to me. Do something, Howard. Howard comes out and he goes, they ask him about Dallas, got it directly after the draft. And Howard goes, as of now, he's a member of the team. And that's all I'm going to say about it. What? You just said he caught more balls than anybody in the postseason. He said
on Saturday too, Angelo, it was peculiar. He goes, look, he's a really good player. We really like him, but where we are, we're not there right now. It makes me think that Dallas Goedert, hey man, he wants a new contract here, and he's not coming back for a pay cut. And I think the Eagles, I mean, they're telling you they signed this Harrison Bryant guy and some of these other guys who they're serviceable. They're guys. They're just dudes. And they didn't address it in the draft. I'm like, okay, are you really thinking he's going to take a pay cut to stay when the guy in Arizona just got $20 million a year? He's not going to do that.
Dan, this is the myth too. Oh, he's not going to show up. He's in the final year of his contract. Where's he going?
Nowhere.
By the first game of the season, he's getting his ass in to collect his $14 million this year.
That's right.
Stop being afraid of the final year of a contract. And the truth is, he's still better than anybody you're going to end up with there. Are you trying to win in 2025 or aren't you? That's the real question that I've had the whole offseason. Because all those trading out of the Browns and all that stuff to get 12 picks next year, that's about 2026. That's not about 2025. So are you saying, look, we got killer schedule. We played 20 games. We got beat up. It's going to be a hard year to come back from this year. We got all this other stuff. Why don't we just, take a breath here and rebuild for 2027? That's the way I look at what they've been doing in this offseason. To let 5 starters and 7 major contributors off the defense and bring in kids to try to fix it in most of the cases. It's not going to work, all right? Kids need time. They're not going to be good right away.
You're right, because Milton Williams took 3 years to get where he needed to be, and so did Josh Sweat take about 3-4 years. So for you, the offseason for the Eagles has been what?
It's been incredibly disappointing because it's how he made a statement. I know exactly. I can read his mind. I've covered him for so long, Dan. In 2018, after they won the championship, he kept almost the whole roster intact. And a lot of it was out of sentiment. They won a championship, our first Super Bowl ever. I don't want these guys to leave. So he re-signed them. He maxed out his cap. He juggled contracts. He did what they always did. This time around, he said it right after the season. We're not going to do that again. We are going to worry about the following season and the season after that as much as we're going to worry about the year after we win the Super Bowl. And that's the way he has conducted the offseason the whole time. And what I say is, it's really hard to have the best roster in the league, and you just had it. I wouldn't squander it. I wouldn't. It's too hard to get there. And they have squandered it. And that's why undaunted by my horrible predictions a year ago, undaunted, Dan, this is a mistake. And all the people that are kissing Howie's ass right now, by the end of this season, they're not going to be. They're going to be turning back around and being Philadelphia media types and going, what the hell was Howie thinking?
How about the stuff here now? And okay, and I happen to agree with you. I think because Philly, I've learned one thing about Philly in the last 4 years. Hey, man, there's no gray area. You're either my boy or I'm on you. And that's just the way it is here. Could that be also a little precursor to Sirianni here and why this contract of so-called, because he's going into a final contract right now, and it's April 28th. And I ain't heard anything about this guy's contract here. I mean, I'm sure they'll get something done here, but
I hope not. I hope not. Dan, that is my one last hope for this disappointing offseason, that they will treat Sirianni no better than they're treating Goddard. They will let him go into his last year so that he could show them that the brains of the offense not last year was not Nick Sirianni. It's a guy who has left the team. And the brains of the defense is Fangio, and you took away his players. And it's not going to be pretty this year. It's not. I'm sorry. It's not. I am not saying 5 wins. All right. They'll have 5 wins for Halloween. But I'm saying, no, they're not going to get a sniff of what they got last season. So we're just going to have to deal with it again because the Eagles are afraid they don't want to mortgage their future. And it's a mistake. And I just hope they see Sirianni for what he is, which is a guy who has just lucked into the greatest thing that could ever happen. And he's actually not nearly the coach that they think he is. And let him go through it. You think there's a big bidding war going on to get Nick Sirianni if he becomes a free agent next year? You think they're all lining up to get Sirianni in there? No. So just let them go into the last year. Do to him what you're doing to Goddard. Because honestly, Goddard is a better tight end than Sirianni is a coach. I can tell you that.
Hey, look, I got to circle back on one last thing because I got to tell you what's going on. I know that, you and your super social media skills that you have.
Here's the mouse. This is the thing that kept me off the air.
Hey, I know that you're like a suave guy on social media. I got to tell you, Saquon Barkley's getting murdered right now.
Well,
by the Philly media.
Yeah, people who comment on social media tend to be morons. Keep that in mind. Read the comments they make, and then ask yourself a simple question: would I like to have dinner with that person tonight? Because I'm pretty sure the answer is going to be no for 99% of them. It's why I am not on social media. Was on only briefly. Some guys took over my name on Twitter or Z or X or whatever.
So that's not you. Okay.
That's not me. I am not. That's some other guy.
You get tagged. People tag you.
Not me.
On my Twitter, and they go, "Look what Angelo said." I go,
"No,
yeah, I don't think Angelo's sitting around
he
eating
didn't
pasta
say
fazool."
anything.
I go, I don't think Angelo's sitting around eating pasta fazool talking about the Eagle wide receivers.
There's 2 places you could find out what I said. One's on my blog, and one's with Dan Sileo. That's it. Otherwise, I got nothing to say.
What's the big story on the blog right now?
The big story on the blog is that Howie Roseman is taking 2025 off, and he is basically saying it's more important to me that I prepare for the future 26, 27, 28 than it is that I worry about 25. That's what the story is. And then I tackle the Goddard thing because it was terrible with how they are not treating him with the respect he has earned. And I talk about Sanders and the fact that Sanders has an idiot for a father.
Hey, I got to leave you with this here. You see your boy Josh Harris got that stadium at RFK.
He got Washington to pay $1.1 billion, Dan, to help him build a stadium. He has a net worth of $11 billion, and he's not footing the whole bill for his new stadium.
Yep.
That is, that man is evil. He's evil. But I think, you should come out tomorrow and say, maybe I should put that stadium in Chinatown. Maybe that'll work. Right? I didn't do the arena. Maybe I'll give them Chinatown.
Look, the NFL kicks in $300 million for new stadiums, and they got the area of DC to kick in 1.2.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to kick in anything because he'll raise bonds, and he'll do that when it comes to raising money for that stadium. Let me sneak one more in on you here. So when Jeffrey Lurie goes, so you don't think this whole thing here and the Eagle fan base, in your opinion, you don't think them and the quarterback not going to the White House and that not happening when Lurie goes and asks for retrofitting and asks for Republicans to vote when it comes to retrofitting because he wants to put a dome on it, that's not going to be brought up?
I'm not positive I know your question.
Okay. What I'm saying is that half the fan base right now, because of the political politics of the way the media is now in Philly, is now trying to alienate Jalen Hurts by saying, great job, super job. You don't go to MAGA. You don't go to the White House. And again, like you said, as a player, those guys are looking around going, I came for the hamburgers. But the media is going to put that and pigeonhole that, which in my opinion is going to inflame half of that fan base, which is Republican.
Dan, this is an area of maybe the only area of my expertise. What's important to the fans of Philadelphia? I spent a lot. All right. And let me just say right now, this will have absolutely zero effect on next season or the perception of the ownership or the perception of the quarterback or the running back or anyone else. By the time they play their first game of the season, this will never come up one time in the whole year. I am somebody who built his reputation on turning nothing into something. And I wouldn't touch this one. All right. This one is so ridiculous that if you're going to tell, you'll get all the people on both sides of the political spectrum to tell you how horrible the other side. The fact of the matter is, when it comes to the football game, the last thing any real football fan wants to know about is the politics. It will not matter in the city of Philadelphia. This is one thing I've said on your show that I'm positive. I'm positive. This is my hope. This is all I really know is this. It's meaningless. It's nothing. Zero.
Zero. Hey, Angelo, I'm sitting in the stands. I'm getting ready to sit down. I got my hamburger and I got my beer, and I'm going, hey, you Republican? Let me get the hell out of here. So that's not going to roll. No. That doesn't work here at the 700 level.
This is a great late April, early May story to keep football in play when there's really not that. I mean, you had the draft, but, this is a little juicier because the draft was kind of boring. No, this is utterly meaningless. It means nothing. It's much to do about nothing. I'm positive on that one.
I'm taking your word. I am taking the Godfather's word here. Yeah. Make sure you check Angelo's blog out. I do. He's ripping into the organization for the treatment of Dallas Goedert. Yeah. The lame-ass offseason of Howie Roseman. He's not retooled the team. And I'm assuming we're going to get a little better than 5 picks this coming September when we go for 2025. And last one here, you've taken, or Howie's taken, the 2025 season off. Is that right?
Yeah, he's really not prioritizing it. And after you win a Super Bowl, you should prioritize it. You got a great team. Keep it. What are you doing?
Absolutely. Angelo, thank you. By the way, Howard said to say hi, and he said, everything I'm telling you here, he'll say the opposite of.
Well, yeah, probably so, but that's why I lasted longer than him in prime time. You know what I'm saying? I was right more often, but not always. There's the mouse. There's the mouse.
Angelo, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate it.
See you then.
Thank you very much. That's why I lasted longer. Oh, we get the fireworks here, man. Oh, yeah. Yep. Nothing for me. Hold on here. Let me get a swig. That's why I lasted longer. Oh, wait. I'm getting taxed. God forbid. Let me guess. Let me see here. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a new one. Here's Xander's coming. Cobb looking for a link. Should we bring him on instead? He emailed me. Xander, what do you want to do, Xander? Do you want to push him till tomorrow, or do you want to bring him on? I'm leaving it up to you. What you want to do. You want to get G-Cobb now? And if you want, at 40, if you have time, We can do you at 40 if you want. He's not going to be on. I'll keep him to 10 minutes. We're producing on the fly here. How about we do this, Xander? Let's get him on for 10 minutes, and then you close the show up with me, all right? Let's do that, if you can. Yeah, so we'll get G Cobb on. We might as well get everybody, the entire voice of everybody on here. Then we'll get Xander on. Hey. I love everybody's opinion. You see what we do here? It is unlike any other show. Gary Cobb's going to join us. Then I am putting Xander on to get his take on the draft for sure. Okay? I saw somebody. Yeah. We don't brush Big Z off. What are you kidding me? Shit, this guy gets better views than what Ice Cube does. Let's get G Cobb on. I'm pushing Xander around here. So wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. He's chopped liver. I'm sorry, we had to put on Howard Eskin today and Angelo Cataldi and Gary Cobb. And we're pushing Big Z around. Yeah, all right. Big Z's a side chick? Holy cow. It's like Belichick and that girlfriend of his. Holy madon. Hey, you know who I've lost complete respect for? I'll take it back. It's not Jalen Hurts. You know who I've lost respect for? Bill Belichick. Holy cow, 22-year-old girl telling his ass what to do like that and interrupting an interview on CBS? Holy cow. You got to be kidding me, man. A 22-year-old chick. Hey, Bill, let me hook you up. Bob Kraft had it right. $30, $300, you're paying for her to go away. I mean, when you pay for a hooker, what I'm told, you can, $300, you're paying her to go away. This guy's got this 22-year-old chick, and she's telling him, like, what to do. Dude, you used to be the GOAT. Now you look like a horse's ass. Holy cow. I mean, look, my old lady pushes me around, but at least I've been around for 40 years with her. My aunt and my wife pushed me around. My aunt's been around my whole life. My wife pushes me around. She's been with me for 40 years. They got tenure. Yeah, hey. Let's see. Let's get G Cobb up here. Hopefully he jumps on here with us now. Okay, did you get? Let me text him. Jesus Christ, that interview was ridiculous. It was stupid. Okay, let me see here. It was stupid. We sent link. Angelo went long. Holy cow. Hey, I'll just tell you this. Let me say this to you. We get G Cobb up here in a second. If I'm Bill Belichick, there used to be a saying back in the day when the old players used to say, you know what P-whipped is? Holy cow. Hey, man, I'm not going to use the word because we're a family show. But I got to tell you, man, having a 22-year-old lead you around by your cannoli, I don't know, man. Hey, that guy's a goat. He's a goat's ass. Holy cow. All right. So in the first hour, the first hour we had Howard Eskin. Howard didn't think it was a big deal or that Trump, he goes, I don't want to be political, but then he turned it into political. And Angelo said he should have went. As a former player, this is awesome. You have the afternoon and the morning guy. And by the way, a former host of WIP and a former Eagle. Let's get G Cobb up here. So Saquon Barkley goes to the White House. People forget that his uncle's Iran Barkley, the former middleweight champion of the world, who boxed at Trump's casinos in Atlantic City and he's known him since he was 10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a relationship there that he knew him. Okay, so then he puts out a tweet, hey, man, I respect the office. Jalen goes, hey, I got to do Oprah. I got a couple other things that I got to do, and I'm doing Oprah Winfrey, and I got other commitments, so I'm not going. Where does G. Cobb stand in him not going to the White House?
I think that they got a right to their, own decision, but, I think it's, I definitely wouldn't, I would go. I mean, the president of the United States, that's the way I feel about it. But I understand guys having different opinions, and I think they should, they shouldn't let that get in between them, but I definitely, I would have gone, and I saw the guys, I just saw them when they were on down there, and, Trump's been around sports, so, he's, of course, giving everybody their roses, so, guys like it, you got the president there talking about how great you are and everything.
Dude, I see, Gary, to me, I've been to the White House, and our team got honored, and I don't know. Did you guys ever get that honor, man?
No. They never. No, we didn't go down. No.
I think
we didn't get that offer.
I think the only reason they probably did that for us is because Clinton was in the White House and he went to school in Arkansas with Jimmy. And so they were at Arkansas together, and I think that's probably why that.
I never knew that. I never knew they were there together.
Yeah, they went to school together when they were at Arkansas. Him and Hillary and all them guys. So when we show up,
and Hillary too, huh? Oh.
Hey, no, I'm just saying that one of the reasons, because the Clintons used to show up at our practices when he was still the governor of Arkansas.
Is that so? I didn't realize
Jerry Jones and Jimmy and Jerry went to school together at Arkansas. That's why we got kind of the invitation to go there. So anyway, let me get away from that there. Let me go here with you. What'd you make of the 3 days, man, that the Eagles had when it came to drafting?
I thought they did. I thought they did a good job. They do their homework. They're always thinking the same way, which is if there's a way we can get better up front. They're always thinking that way. And I think they got some players, man. Of course, this first round pick, as long as that kid is healthy, man, you can see right away the kid is a player. And what it does is, they can put him wherever they want to. Eventually, who knows? He could be playing off linebacker or he's coming off the edge. One or the other. And, you got another guy who it seems also where you got him young and the kid is going to just get stronger and a better athlete as he goes forward. And, in fact, I know where his high school is. In fact, I think I've gone down there and talked to some of the kids at the high school, So, I know because it's not far from where I'm at right now. It's in South Jersey, see? And he's the kind of kid who, right away they got him early. They saw the prospect. And so he was down in Florida in high school at the what's the school down there where they
IMG.
Yeah, he was down there. See, and then he goes from there to Alabama. I mean, come on. So the kid has been getting coached by pro style coaches. So he understands the game and he's a tremendous athlete and kid that wants to be a great player. So he's you got another guy in there. And the thing the Eagles have right now is, they've got an environment which is going to be good for anybody because, they're going to get pushed. At the same time, they're going to see things the right way to do things. They're going to have a good understanding of the game. And so I think the prospects are very good for him, as well as some of these other kids I see on here. And you can see that there was they were leaning towards defense.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to take care of. And, you got Campbell there in that first round and Makuba, a safety, who is it seems to be a lot like Gardner Johnson with the way he plays. He's kind of undersized, but smart player, gets his hands on the football a lot. Is aggressive. Then the kid, Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle, which I could see he's a good athlete, man, for, a big guy who can move. That's that's a guy they can use there. You know, they're going to see if he's good enough to get in the rotation, at least to get some snaps away from him.
Hey, Gary, get this. Guess who we're having on tomorrow? I'm having Chris Hinton on. You know that Miles Hinton? That's Chris Hinton's kid.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the offensive tackle from the
I see.
Seven-time Pro Bowler. That's his kid.
That's his kid, huh? Okay.
That's his kid.
That's good, boy. Well, at least he wasn't out doing the Dion thing, though, right?
No, not from what I understand. I'm going to get your spin on this here in a second on Shadur and that whole thing there.
Yeah.
By the way, wait a minute. No, let me ask you right. Folks, you want to hear something? Gary, tell the folks what round you were drafted in.
Oh, when I was drafted in the 9th round. And
okay, 9th round. Gary.
Yeah.
How many years you played in the league?
11. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, okay. Were you pissed off that you were drafted in the 9th round?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was. And I but I some of it was my own fault, but I was.
Was that fuel for you though a little bit?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. You got a chip on your shoulder to prove. Yeah, you want to prove folks, look, that was your mistake, So, but the thing about it is I think that and I felt bad last night, with the whole thing with Sanders and everything, man. I feel bad for the kid because maybe he had a little bit to do it from what I heard about some of his visits and stuff, but it was really his dad. Come on. Pops to start talking about, how this, that, and the other. Whoa. Once he's signed with a team, you're not his coach anymore, coach. Dad. So you come in here making statements about whatever, if you went to Dion, let's say my son, he played at Stanford. But let's say he goes and he's going to go to Colorado. And I come out there talking about how much my son is going to play and what he's going to do. He's going, whoa, time out, the player. Time out, fella. I'm the head coach here. You know what I mean? I'm going to do everything I can. I want your kid to be the best player he can be and everything. But you're not going to be coming in here telling me how much he's going to play and what's going to. That ain't happening.
You know what? You are the 5th person, and my wife and I got into a conversation about it. So you believe that Dion didn't do him any favors in how he prepped that kid for his interviews, how he prepped him for not wanting to throw at the combine.
Well, it's Dion talking too.
Him like he was Dion when he's not Dion.
He's not Dion. He doesn't have that type of talent where he's, above everybody, whatever. Wait a minute. Your kid's going to come in here and go to work, man. We're not sure. We don't look at you and go, oh, wow, man, this guy's the best quarterback in this draft. No, you're not the best quarterback in this draft. We don't look at that and see you got the best talent in this draft. But your dad is going to come in and we don't need these kind of problems. We don't need every day we look up and we got somebody on TV, namely your dad, yapping about whether you're playing or not. How much? Look, no. Dion, you're a Hall of Fame player. We have all the respect for you as a player and everything, but you're not running our team. You're not the head coach. You're not the general manager, And we know if a kid tried to come to your school, if anybody tried to come to your school, and they're going to tell you who's going to play, who's not going to play, you're going to go, wait a minute. At Colorado, Deion Sanders is the head coach. So he's making the call on who's playing, not you. And that's the way it is. And so a lot of people, I think, said, we don't need all that trouble. It's not like the kid, it's not like this kid is going to come in and then 1 year he's going to take us to the Super Bowl. No. So we don't need all that trouble. So they just said, we would rather just not be bothered with it.
Let me ask you this, if it fell in this lane here. Once the NFL figured out that he's not a first-round talent to be drafted, doesn't he fall then in this category? Well, man, do I want my backup quarterback to have a circus like this? And do I want this behind my guy now? And do I really want to draft a guy where I'm going to have the dad, the circus? You saw what I've never seen a party thrown for a 5th-round draft choice more than that party was thrown for Shadur, albeit it's a great honor to get drafted in the NFL. I don't give a shit what round it is. I get it. Believe me, I got it too. But hey,
Yeah.
do you think it fell in that lane where people went, I don't want that in my room, man. I don't want that. And that's why he fell the way he did.
That's right. That's why he felt the way he did. And I didn't know he was, driving around in whatever, Rolls Royces or whatever.
Oh, he's got a Rolls Royce SUV.
Yeah. Hey, look. But I think he does know how to go to work, and he's going to, try to go to work and make up for this. But clearly, a lot of teams said, now there's some guys that can get away with this. Okay, there's some guys, you come in, you're clearly the best player in the draft. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're the best player in the draft. You come out, you're the best player in the draft. People are gonna go on and say, look, we'll put up with some of his nonsense because look at the guy's the best player in the league or whatever. He's that good. But if you're not that level of player, they're going like, we don't need all that drama.
Yeah,
we don't need all the drama. So it's too bad. A lot of people, I had people calling me all over the place, asking me about it. And I mean, it's unfortunate because I don't think Deion meant to do it.
No.
But I think if he thinks about it, though, he knows, like I said, nobody's going to come in and start telling Deion what to do at Colorado.
So you think he polluted the waters for the kid?
Yeah, without a doubt, because they know that Deion, if he wants to, he could create problems for them. Because if he got a comment, the mic is going to be right there.
Oh, yeah.
So
and he's got the media behind him here. Let me ask a couple more questions here. Hey, they didn't address tight end whatsoever.
I know they didn't, man.
I thought what was weird, Gary, was on Saturday at the presser, how he went like this. He goes, look, Dallas Goedert's a great player. We really love the guy. He can really play. However, we're not there. That made me think this is a money thing. And they didn't draft anybody. And this is Goddard going. Hey, listen, I think Goddard wants to play his final season. He's going to pull a Javon Hargrave, and he's going to play his last season out, and he's going to leave. And the question will be whether or not the Eagles want to pay that $14 million come September.
Well, I was just looking at the team. They were down there at the White House, and Dallas Goedert was right in the middle of the shot, right there. So, he was smiling and stuff. Like maybe he, looked like he was in a good mood. He thought they were going to go tight end. Come on, he right now. I think he's in the driver's seat. I mean, what are they going to do? Are they going to let him go?
You think he's on the team in September?
I think they're going to find a way. Yeah, maybe he gives them a break, and I don't know if he gives them a break, but I think because I thought that they were going to draft a tight end.
Me too.
I mean, I thought that was one of the picks. Along with the they got the kid the safety.
Yeah,
but I thought they were going to draft a tight end where you look and say, okay, they got the tight end they were looking for. Because they've already got some backups. They already got the backups. They need a starter. And I thought they had it in. I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe they have something they're gonna do. Would they trade him? Still trade him now? I don't know. But I thought that seemed like I went into the draft saying, well, I already know they're going to draft a tight end.
Yeah.
I mean, probably second round, third round, they're going to get a tight end. They get no tight end. That was the surprise of the draft to me, is that they did not draft a tight end because they did everything but say we traded Dallas Goedert. They did everything but that.
Last question for you here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are they picking up the 5th-year option on Jordan Davis now? That's the next big story.
I don't see how they do that.
After they just got this DT from Nebraska.
Yeah. Well, you see they got him. So I don't know that they do that. Of course there's a lot of money flowing. And maybe my mind is back a couple years. I don't. But,
get off my lawn.
Hey, that's a lot of money, for a guy that's playing how many plays a game?
25.
Tops. You know, for somebody that's standing over there on the sideline that much, that's a lot of money, man. You know, but who knows? You know, they of course, there's a lot of money flowing out there, so you know, it's not totally out of the question that they would, but I don't think so.
No, Gary, great stuff today, man. Unbelievable news. Only Philadelphia can deliver the way they do.
Only Philly, man.
White House drama, draft
I tell
drama.
you, yeah.
Hey, man, this is why this team right now is fun to cover here. Gary,
Yeah.
appreciate it, my friend.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
You got it. Gary Cobb, Fox 29. Make sure you check him out. Yes, sir, boy. Oh, this is just too good. Oh, my God. There's no way I cannot have Xander on. You kidding me? Who better to be the final act after Howard Eskin, Angelo Cataldi, and Gary Cobb? Now it's Z time. We got to get him in here, man, to get his takeaway. By the way, I love what they're doing in the morning. I tell you what, John did a great job of covering the football team with all the picks. Hey, true story, man. Tomorrow, Chris Hinton, the father of Miles Hinton, a 7-time Pro Bowler, number 3 overall selection in the 83 NFL draft out of Northwestern, is going to join us. Xander, when you're ready, get in here, man. Get your takeaway on what you thought about the NFL draft for the Eagles over the weekend and also the NFL draft and period. I'll tell you, 600,000 people showed up to Green Bay, okay? They were only expecting 200,000, all right? And they got 600,000 people to show up for that bad puppy. Well, let me take a sip here. Whew. This has been a tough one here, man. Holy cow. We've had everything. Politics, Saquon versus Hurts, the draft. This is right here made for Big Sills. Let me take a sip here. Well, yeah. A little bit of things in there. How you doing? All right. I'm going to need it. Without further ado, this guy must, let me see it. Xander must have worked, I would say, in a day, probably Thursday and Friday. This guy had to have been working on 16 hours of working, maybe only like 8 hours of sleep, maybe even 6 hours of sleep. Because he had to get up and do Bird 365 as well. And then on Monday, he had to do it too. So let's, without further ado, bring our boy in, Big Z.
What's up, Big Sills? How you doing, brother?
I got to give you some kudos, man. Great work.
I appreciate it. Nah, all good, man. A lot of fun covering the draft this weekend. Pretty good haul for the Eagles, I thought. 10 players.
Yep.
I didn't think it was insane. I mean, I'm not walking out of there like you were, a couple of years ago or last year even. But overall, I think a pretty good haul for the team. And obviously a lot of drama today in Eagle Land. As you said, a show made for Big Sills.
Hey, let me ask. We'll ask you. What'd you make of the Super Bowl MVP not going to the White House?
Yeah, I think there's no other way to slice this other than that this is a failure as a leader of a football team. And I understand everybody's going to say, I don't care about another man, what they do. It's his decision to make. Okay, that's all fine and dandy. Are you the leader of the team or are you not? You're the team won the Super Bowl. Your team was invited to the White House to celebrate that Super Bowl, and you decided to put your personal beliefs before the football team. Again, I'm not here to criticize. I don't really care. I really don't. And that's really my big take, is that I don't care nearly as much as most of the other people do. But this was a failure to lead the football team. And in fact, I don't even know if he is the leader anymore. Are you the leader of the team or are you not? Being a leader is not showing up when you want to lead. Being a leader is showing up when you don't want to lead. It's being there for the people that you don't resonate with. It's not, hey, this is my take. These are the people who agree with my take. And if you're not with us, then I'm not showing up. Now, if Jalen wanted to say in the meeting, hey guys, as the leader of the team, I don't want to go to the White House. Okay, that's perfectly fine. But the minute your team decides to go to that White House or Jeffrey Lurie puts his foot down, as the leader of the team, I believe you should have went and you should have been there to be the leader of the team. Again, the other side of it, which I also see, is that I actually think Jalen did it the right way if you were going to skip. Again, I don't agree with skipping. I would have went, and it's not about, hey, me saying, oh, I would go to the White House. I don't give a shit if I would go to the White House or if you would go to the White House or if Eskin would or Angelo or Cobb. That's not my point. As the leader of the team, I believe you should have went to the White House. But if you're going to skip, I actually believe he did it the right way. Because if he did come out and say, Jalen Hurts is it, now you're opening up a media firestorm on politics. Every question at the start of training camp is going to be about what Jalen Hurts had to say about the politics. So you're protecting, in a way, the locker room from answering bullshit like that. But overall, my take is, dude, you put yourself first. Leaders don't put themselves first in anything. And by the way, here's the other thing. Everybody's acting like Jalen Hurts is just another dude. He's not.
No.
He's not. He's not Devontae Smith. He's not
Magazine.
Brown. He is the leader. He's the quarterback. Are you the leader or are you not? You know, somebody brought up Brady skip. Yeah, fucking stupid by Brady.
No doubt. No doubt.
Same take.
Stupid.
As the leader of the team, go. Be the leader of the franchise. Or don't be. Did you go to Disney World when you won the MVP of the Super Bowl? Right?
Of course
you
he
that
went.
On a couple hours of sleep.
Oh, hey, of course he went to Disney and Bob Iger's famous place.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Hey, how's Snow White doing? Anyway,
by the way, I think there's ripple effects here.
To what point, Xander?
I don't think a crazy point, but I think Jalen Hurts, since he's been in Philadelphia, has embodied an unbreakable leader mentality of keep the main thing, football, winning, all of those things. And to everybody, even his biggest haters, that was unshakable. There was nothing you could point to that would take away from the image that he portrayed as the leader and as the selfless guy on the football team. It didn't matter when the running questions came up. It didn't matter. It didn't matter when they lost the Super Bowl. Now I think you've planted a seed because of the political nature of this, by the way, which I don't like. I agree with everybody on that. I don't like that. But that's where politics are now. Jalen Hurts has opened up this can for people like you, people like all sorts of other people to say, Jalen doesn't put himself first. Is Jalen really here for everybody else, or is Jalen looking for something that's self-serving? Again, I don't think that about Jalen Hurts. I don't. But I will acknowledge that I think this will have a ripple effect on that type of unshakable leadership that I think he's shown for the last 5 years. So that's my take on it. I wish he would have went. I wish he would have went.
I think right now he's built up so much equity with Eagle fans that the first sign that there's kind of a skip or something, they're going to start bringing up all the stuff. And I think it'll come back that way. But right now, like I said, what I didn't like about it is some of the stuff that you said. So Barkley answers it professionally and correctly. Barkley goes, I respect the office. That's how I look at it the same way that Saquon Barkley looks at how he handled Trump and how he handled his understanding of what the visit meant. And I like it. I want to quote it one more time here. And here's Barkley, the true leader of your team in my eyes. Some people are really upset because I played golf and flew to the White House with the president in bold letters. Maybe. I just respect the office. Not hard concept to understand. I just golfed with Obama not too long ago and looked forward to finishing my round with Trump. Now you all can go back with your mentions, with all your politics. Have an amazing day. Barkley's telling you flat out, it's had nothing to do with politics. This had everything to do with respecting who the leader of our country is. Just like this, Andrew, you don't always respect and like your coach, but you fucking play for him. Okay? That's the same kind of thing that leads with our country here. You may not like Biden. You may not like Clinton. You may not like your head coach or your owner. There's people who play for shitty owners, Donald Sterling, and some of these other guys are terrible. Woody Johnson, you think the Jet players like him, but you play for him. You don't like him, but you still play for him. So my point would be this: the politics of it. Jalen made it political. No one else did. He's the one with his non-verbal anything. He made it. And you got
that's deeper than you're leading on to. He didn't intentionally make it political.
He did not.
He has to realize.
Look at the shit now. He's bringing up Barkley.
That's what I'm saying about the leadership thing. I see some comment in here. And again, look, I don't want to go down this road because, I'm a white dude. Like there's a guy in here, don't put, let me find the comment, because I do want to address it directly. Harvey says, Xander, stop putting standards on a black man. Well, then don't be the leader of the team. Because you're not leading only black men, Jonathan Harvey. You're leading a team of people from all different walks of life. What is this? Is that all it's about to you?
No,
just being a leader of black men. I'm not black. I'm a white dude. I'm not acting like I know or walk the day in your shoes. I'm not trying to go down that road. But
he doesn't understand what it's about to be on
it's not standards on a black man. It's a stupid comment. It's standards on leaders, on being a leader.
It's got nothing to do with that.
It's got nothing to do with that at all. But again, if somebody's going to put that in the chat, then I'm gonna fire back at it.
That's got nothing to do with it. It just really doesn't. And so again, well, let me get to some football here with you here. We'll put that to bed for a little bit because I'm sure that'll be a topic all week long.
Yeah.
Would you make it a 3-day?
By the way, just to close it though, I don't really think it's as big of a deal as people make it out to be at the end of the day. But look,
the media will.
Huh? Oh, the media will, and as they should. But again, that's part of it. When you were saying that, you got to know as the leader that this is going to open up that can of worms. You didn't intentionally make it political, but that's a natural thing that happens when you're Jalen Hurts. Look, A.J. Brown skipped. Devontae Smith skipped. Jalen Carter skipped. Quinyon Mitchell skipped. I don't hear a thing. Why?
Because Jalen's the leader of the team.
Exactly.
That's right.
Jalen Hurts is held to a different standard. It has nothing to do with the color of his skin. It has everything to do with what he is, what he represents, and how he's leading the team.
Do you remember what Boomer Esiason said? You got to learn how to play with the contract. That's part of it.
Yeah, I agree.
When you're paid $51 million, that's part of it. Okay? All right. Would you make it a 3-day haul?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I like day 3 a lot. Thought you'd take some really good, worthy shots there. The Makuba tape. So I've been watching a lot of Makuba tape because, I was going back and forth when they initially made the pick. I'm like, man, 186 pounds at the combine. That is freaking light. And everybody's sending me these clips. And, the dude can play. And that's what I like the most about him is that he's got good instinct and he can flat out play. The question is honest about how will he hold up in the NFL. I mean, it's one thing to lay the wood in college and it work out for you. You got Derrick Henry coming on and you lay the wood. I mean, you could turn into a pile of dust.
You're a safety.
Exactly. Real quick. So, that's my question there. But Jahad Campbell, I love. There is a question there where now it's being reported he's got plural injuries on shoulders and knees. And that's why he fell to 31. Now, this was Albert Breer, who's a really good reporter. He put this out and he says the Eagles are more prepared to take on that risk than other teams, which is why they took him at 31. I think that's a fair thing to watch. What do you think about the way he's going to be used? Because I'm listening to John and I listen to Howie, which I do think has a lot to, a lot of that comes from Vic, on, hey, how we're going to use this guy. I don't think Howie's up there analyzing the player like Vic is, but and I'm listening. I also see other dudes who are like, dude, this guy was a stud off-ball linebacker, and I watch Alabama every Saturday. He was a stud off-ball linebacker. I know. So I don't know how they viewed him to be drafted. I guess the edge rusher makes sense, but I could see both. I
think again, it's a football player. It's not. He doesn't have a position like Micah doesn't. But I think he's going to sit at that strong side linebacker. Dean will be your right inside. Zach will be your left inside. Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt will be your will linebacker, weak side. Jalen Carter will be your right end. Davis will be your nose. Moro Jomo and Ty Robinson are going to nail down that left defensive end. That's your front seven. And you're going to have Huff backing up Campbell. And you're going to have Trotter there with that kid who I really like that they took one of my dark horses, the kid from Georgia. I think he's going to be better than Trotter. So that's the front seven. And as a matter of fact, I think they really did a decent job at putting really good bodies, and they're younger. And you got a bunch of really nice, good-looking players in there. The question is going to really be that there is really not a lot of reps. Moro Ajomo and Ty Robinson taking over for Milton Williams. Okay, we'll see. We need a little more depth on the tackle positions, I still think. Jalen Carter, obviously a superstar. Zach Bond, Trotter, and the kid from Georgia, Nolan Smith and Hunt. I actually like that front seven. I think that front seven, I'll tell you what, though, God forbid Bond or Carter go down in that front seven, you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm a big fan of the Ty Robinson pick. I've been talking to my boy Abe about that. I think he's going to be an immediate contributor. You don't think that means anything for Jordan Davis, do you? Because he's not really a nose.
No, I think they brought him in. Let's see if Moro Ajomo can win that job. I think personally they want Moro Ajomo to be that swing guy and put him back as being the guy who could take up for Jalen Carter and for – I believe they want Ty Robinson to win that job.
You think they want Ty Robinson to be the Milton Williams this year?
Yes, I do. And I think what they're going to try to do
I think it's more going to be Ajomo would move up to be Milton, and then Ty would be what Ajomo was last year.
If that's the role they have him penciled in right now, I'm going to talk more with Clint on this, but I think they want Ty to win that job and put Moro Ajomo back in that role that he was in a year ago, which he was very effective with Booker, is to back up Carter and Robinson. They want to see if he can beat him out. If Moro Ajomo can't beat out Robinson, he's a swing tackle. But if he can beat him out, the Eagles are very good at that left defensive end. They're happy with whoever wins that job, but that's an open competition now. Okay? And the loser will be, guess what? The swing guy, like you had a year ago.
Yeah.
I still think you need some more depth at nose. I think the linebacking core got a little better. A lot better because you re-signed Bond. You got Trotter and you had the kid from Georgia. I love that kid dude, the only reason that kid from Georgia didn't have, he came in as a safety and they moved him around a little bit at Georgia, and he's around a bunch of really good football players. I like that kid. So again, I still think you have a problem though at right cornerback. Okay, the kid from UCF that you signed.
Yeah, I don't know about him. Mac McWilliams. He I tell you what, he is a good ball hawk. He's got great instinct. He's always around the ball. So I kind of like him, but he's a fifth rounder. Like, how much stock are you going to put in that? I'm not really sure. They certainly didn't address where I wanted them to address it was the corner in round 2. We talked about that on Friday. Trey Amos, he was right there. The Commanders took him a couple spots before the Eagles. I think we'd be talking much differently right now. Imagine if they got Trey Amos, Jahad Campbell, and Ty Robinson. Now, again, I'm not upset about Makuba, but I don't think he would have done for this defense what a guy like Trey Amos would have done for this defense, which is why now, obviously, you would have had to trade up to get him. I know he was taken before you. It's not always as simple as it looks on the outside, so I understand that. But that was the one thing about the Makuba pick. Like, Ty Robinson, I felt like, all right, yeah, one of the better guys on the board. I would have been happy with him or, a couple other players. With Makuba, I felt like there was still a lot of dudes on the board. Holy shit. That's insanity, my brother.
There's my week pay.
No, it's not. Catch Sills, take Xander out to dinner. Holy shit, Catch. That's money, bro. Holy shit. We got to leave that up. What do we do for Catch? We got to do something for Catch.
Make him one of those premier guys.
I got something for Catch.
Catch,
I need your email. I need your email, Catch.
We just had a guy donate $500 to the show.
That's insanity.
I've never seen that. Have you?
No, I've never seen that. I've absolutely never seen that. Are you kidding me?
Thank you very much, Catch. $500. It's probably my aunt.
Wow, that's really cool, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Thank you, man. That's really dope. I don't even remember what I was talking about. That's really freaking cool, man. Catch, I want to send you something, bro. He says, I watch you guys every day. Catch, I appreciate it. Yo, man, I really want to send you something. I got something for you. I really have something for you.
Thank you, man. Dude, that's one of the nicest things I've ever seen for my show. Somebody donated $500 just now.
I got a bunch of Super Bowl merch. I'm gonna send Catch something, man. I gotta
Hey,
send
Catch,
Catch
make
something.
sure you do that, man. We want you part of the program from now on.
Yeah, bro, that's cool. That's
And
that's
not
really
because
good
you
to know.
did that, but because you opened your heart like that. That's really
Yeah.
cool.
Thank you, man. Really,
Man.
bro. Means a lot
Yeah,
to me. Thanks, bro.
absolutely.
We put in a lot of work over here, Sills included, you know, and so to get stuff like that is really cool.
Hey,
I
hey,
always tell
Catch,
these
I'm gonna
people,
tell you what I'm gonna do.
you could have
I'm
the
gonna,
best content in the world, brother. If these people don't show up, who are we talking to?
no, we're talking to nobody. Hey, Catch, by the
Exactly.
way, I'm gonna screenshot that and post that on my Twitter because that's dope, dude. Absolutely fantastic. All right.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
what'd
really
you make of the Goddard thing, dude? I mean, no tight ends at all.
Yeah.
Remember I told you? Hey, dude, they're devaluing that position.
Yeah, and the other thing here is like I don't understand the point, even if Goddard's back, because if Goddard's back right now, all right, hear me out. If he's back, how long is he back? 1 year, 2 year? So if you bring him back, are you in the same position next year? If you get him back this year or 2 years down the line, like why would you not take this opportunity to draft a developmental tight end? The reason that we're in this pickle and had to go and sign a bunch of Temu guys is because we never addressed it in the draft previously. So you take 10 picks this year and you don't take one tight end. Again, maybe the board didn't line up. Maybe the right guy wasn't there. I understand all those complexities, but I think you missed out on an opportunity to probably add to that room. Again, even if you bring Goddard back, you probably want to create a little bit of insurance in the future, but I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. They certainly are devaluing it.
Absolutely.
Now, he was front and center today with the team when they were up at the White House. By the way, can I just say about the White House? And again, I'm not about Jalen Hurts, not about anybody skipping. It was a great event. All right. Again, I don't give a shit about the president. I don't give a shit who's in office. I don't care if you love him, if you hate him. I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool to be the team that we root for.
Yep.
We spend money on. We watch game in and game out. We talk about in April, in May, in June, July, all through the season to see him up there. And being introduced in front of the country with the president, again, whether you like him or not. I thought it was a cool thing, man. I thought it was a really cool thing.
What's going on here, man?
Holy shit, man. You guys are going nuts in here, man.
Wait,
We're
so
going
we
to
got
set a record today.
Holy cow. Somebody just donated $500 and then somebody donated $100.
Shit,
Thank
Catch.
you
And
very
shit,
much.
Jim Adams. Thank you, bro. Jim Adams and Catch are our viewers of the day today, Big Sills.
Holy cow. Hey, we have supers to read here, so let's make sure
we got to read the supers because I want to read them. We got to go back and forth with some of these people here. Jim, thank you, bro. Catch inspired me. Thank you, Jim.
Absolutely.
Clap it up for the great people, man. You guys keep us on the air. The other thing I'll tell these people is it's one thing to donate money to support, which again we appreciate wholeheartedly, but you guys play a big part in legitimately keeping us on the air every day.
Oh, absolutely.
You guys know that. You guys are, a big part of why we're able to be live all day. So thank you so much, guys, for the support. It really goes a long way. So I do appreciate it. Paul Barbarian checks in. Sills, do you think that Vic is trying to recreate a Philly version of the Dome Patrol with Smith, Vaughn, Dean, and Campbell?
Yes. That's Vaughn Johnson. That was Pat Swilling. That was Sam Mills. And that was Ricky Jackson. Yes. That's exactly what it looks like. That's a great pull, Paul. That was his superstar linebacking core for New Orleans when he worked with Coach Morrow Sr. down there. And I played against that team, and they were an exceptional football team and it's an exceptional group. That's a great take. Yes, sir, I do.
Yeah, good stuff, Paul. Thank you, bro. Catch, thanks again, man. Thanks again, bro. Love you, brother. That's really dope of you. Anthony Wilson. Anthony, you've been great today as well, as always, brother. By the way, love both of you. This hurts stand. I'm going. Hey, listen, here's the other thing I'll say about
I love Anthony.
Here's the other thing I'll say, and I'm with Sills on this. I am happy if I am perfectly okay if you disagree with my take.
Me too.
I hate the environment. Like I go on Twitter today and I'm like, I gotta get off here. Like everybody's acting like just because one Eagles fan thinks different about another Eagles fan that they guys, we're human beings, brother.
That's right.
That's what makes this world turn. We all are different, unique, have different thoughts, feelings, perspectives. It's all good. I appreciate differing opinions.
Wait, do you see Hollywood just put up $100?
Holy shit, man. Oh my God. This is you guys
I feel like I'm at
the last 10 minutes of the show, too.
Xander, I feel like I'm at a telethon.
I know. I feel like I'm a stripper. They're like tossing money
I
out
know.
of here. Thank you,
Wait,
guys.
listen
Appreciate
here,
it,
man. I got one more song for my stripper routine here. So 500, we got $700 sitting there just in the last 4 minutes.
Holy shit, man. Thank you, Hogan. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Jim, Catch, Hogan. Thanks, guys. Brian Pumper checking in. These dudes smoking Jalen sausage too much. Tanner McKee is the QB for me.
Yeah, I love
I ain't going down that road.
Come on, Pump.
Nah, the last thing on it though, is some other city is I saw some other guy said, Jalen made the decision for himself, and I think that kind of proves my point. Like you're supposed to be above that as a leader. You're not making decisions for yourself.
Barkley's the leader of that team to me now.
Anthony Wilson checks in. He says, "Don't sit right with me. Two white guys are judging him on this. Hurts is being a leader to his race. He sees Trump closing Black Museum and erasing Jackie Robinson off the military website."
Why, Anthony?
Again, I love you, brother. We just had a great comment from you. That was a follow-up, but that's a fucking terrible take.
Hey,
bro.
wait a minute, Anthony. Why you judge Trump? I have a problem with a black guy judging Trump. You really want to go down that lane?
Well, he's also leaving out tons of context, and there's no way to answer this without getting political. But what Anthony, you know what else Trump did is he funded historically black colleges and universities more than any other president in the history, and we had a black president before Donald Trump. So again, if you're going to go down this bullshit road though, and say I'm a white guy, so I can't have an opinion.
Wait, let's leave it.
Come on, man, that's dumb though.
The White House.
That's dumb, Anthony. I love you, brother. I'm good with the disagreement, but
I love Anthony.
What does this have to do with Jalen Hurts being black or white?
Nothing.
I don't see it.
Nothing.
Be the leader or don't. What does it have to do with the color or who you are? We're overtime almost, everybody. Those super chats are going to keep Sileo here. I'm going to say no. You're not allowed to go on time today. He says, "Thank you, Angelo. No Birds fan cares about this." I do agree with that. Again, people are going to be criticize Trump. They're still going to watch every single game next year. People are going to criticize the people who, or whatever, the other side of it. People are going to praise Trump or Jalen. They're all going to watch every game next year. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. It's an off-season talk. Burkor says, "Big Z, great job this past weekend. Really enjoyed every minute of it." Mike, thank you, bro. Yep. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. One more I think we got here. Leon Banks. I saw that. Bill getting controlled by a 20-year-old estimation. Ain't no woman going to control me, Stills. Don't get me wrong. I love me at MILF. Nobody controls me. That's pretty
Hey, did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. Was weird.
Oh, dude. Embarrassing.
I can't really get behind any of that, man.
No.
Hey, I don't know.
Hey, I've lost all respect for Belichick.
That whole thing gives me the ick.
Yeah, me too, man. That was a really awful look, man.
Prince says, "Identify as a white man every time I get pulled over." There you go, Prince. Whatever you got to do, Prince. James Jones, 99 cents. Thanks, bro. Michael Robinson, it's the red hat, Xander. Keep up the good work. Thanks, bro. I like this red hat. Matches the red super chats that we got today.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Prince got one here now. Prince got one here.
No, I just got that.
Okay.
Yeah, I got them. I think I got them all.
All right. Wow, what a day.
Yeah, what a day is right.
Hey, dear God, thank you so much for the Philadelphia Eagles. Unbelievable.
Wait, but don't the storylines today, don't the storylines today that prove that what you're saying, whether you liked it or didn't like it, because a lot of people disagreed with you today, is right? Like, we just had an NFL draft where we added 10 players to our roster. We added 9 undrafted free agents. We basically rebuilt the team that we're going to watch week in and week out next year.
I'm happy where it is.
Again, and the only thing that we really had to talk about today was Jalen skipping the White House. And that's where I'm like, yo, you got to be the leader. You got to be able to see through some of that.
That's the story.
Yep. That's unfortunate.
Get this. Watch this. Jalen made it political. And he made Trump a story. Don't they get it? You know how you feed Trump? Make him relevant by doing stuff like this. You should have just showed up and made it a non-factor. Anyway, whatever.
Well, this guy says you guys are full of shit. Freedom is free as long. No, that's not true at all. For Bird Gang, you can say Jalen as a man can choose what he wants to do. I agree with that. As a leader of a football team, there's a different standard. I'm also free to have an opinion on it. I'm also free to tell you what I think of it. I'm also free to opine, to discuss, to make as many videos, to make as many YouTube channels, and to do whatever the fuck I want about it. That is America, not agreeing with my politics. Sorry, bro. That's a dumb comment.
And with that, what a day. Angelo Cataldi, Howard Eskin, Gary Cobb, and Big Z with the red hat. Hey,
Apparently the red hat's now getting
hey, what do you make? Hey, what do you make? I got Chris Hinton on tomorrow. The
I
old
know,
man.
dude, I'm so pumped about that. I saw you
Miles,
tweeting him.
right.
Yeah, it's cool. By the way, I think that kid could be a good pick.
Yeah,
That
me
Miles
too.
kid.
Hey, dude,
I mean,
like
his dad was a damn good football player, Chris
Oh,
Hinton. So,
dude, his dad was, dude,
Yeah.
7 times. Dude, the guy's got more Pro Bowls than Lane.
yeah, amazing.
He's
Yeah,
got
7
more
Pro
Pro-
Bowls. Yep,
Yeah,
that's true.
he does, man. Xander, great stuff. Let me say goodbye to these freakazoids. Hey, we
All right,
got
brother.
one more. Wait, we got one more, Z.
Great draft. I graded that C+. No tight end, didn't get top targets in second and
It's
third
more than
round.
that.
Would have
I
liked
think
one more day 2 pick. All right. Would have liked one more day 2.
Maybe B- would have been okay with that there. All right. Xander, great
All right,
stuff.
I see everybody. By the way, I appreciate everybody, even the people who disagree, Bird Gang General, the guy,
love it.
Jonathan Harvey, anybody. I appreciate you all, man.
You got it. Z, thank you. Make sure you check him out at Birds 365. Wow. You guys were awesome. Thank you very much. That's crazy stuff at the end. 2 to 6 tomorrow. Big Z, Joe, thank you very much. And thank you guys. Please hit that like button on the way out. 2 to 6 tomorrow. We'll see you on the flip side.